Good morning, councillors. Good morning, councillors.
Good morning, Speaker.
Just like to ensure, is Councillor Koloapi in? Can we just ensure that all councillors is present? We're just waiting for Councillor Koloapi. She's just in the bathroom.
You must start claiming closer now. I know your language. I know English. No, you are born and bred here.
We are about to start. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone here this morning at our first ordinary council meeting, 30th November 2021. Time now it's 9:05. Members of the public, welcome. All councillors, welcome. Directors, welcome. Communication, welcome. I would like us to observe a few minutes of silence. We didn't have a pastor to organize for this morning session, so let's, out of respect, give this moments to different religions, just to say our different prayers. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The attendance register is circulating, if I'm correct. Can you just make sure that it is circulating? All councillors, please sign. I would like then to take this moment to inform all councillors and directors of Ms. Mpashla, who will be in the acting role for today as municipal manager. Thank you, Ms. Mpashla. Mr. Mtlana, I always know you, that's why they put you close to me. The offer, I haven't received any applications for leave. Mr. Mayor, any other applications of leave, perhaps your side? No applications of leave. We then move on to point 5, confirmation of minutes for previous meetings, including special open. To the newly councillors, you would note that these minutes before us is of previous council. So, Ms. Mpahla, if I'm correct, it is for noting for correction, the minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, councillors and colleagues. Those minutes are for confirmation by this council.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes. So, is everybody with the minutes? Can we move then on?
Speaker, may I request that we just go through the minutes page by page? There are corrections which we need to make.
The minutes is starting from page 6 till page 78. Page 1, starting from 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then we have the attendance registers 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Councillor Kabai?
Sorry, Speaker, you are going to 2021 now, and I believe it's other minutes.
Sorry, my
And
apologies.
at the attendance registers, please.
On
You end at attendance registers, or I'll rather, Speaker, I'll rather propose that you are assisted by the manager so that she can take us through so that you can learn. I understand it's a learning curve. I'm not
Thank you, Councillor.
undermining you, but yeah, so that we can then be able as councillors then, if there's anything that is happening to minutes, we raise our hands. Yeah.
Okay.
Speaker, I support Councillor Kabai. I suggest that you get administration to read it for us.
Director, can you just then continue with the minutes? Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. These are the minutes of the ordinary council meeting of Bitou Local Municipality held in the council chambers on the 29th of April 2021. At 9 o'clock, subsequently adjourned at 20 to 11 and reconvened on Tuesday, 4th May 2021. I advise that we go through the minutes. If there are any issues or that council wants clarity on, then we clarify those issues before we move to the next set of the minutes.
Nothing. Is there anything, councillors? Councillor Kabai.
Confirm, Speaker.
I'll second that.
Second.
Opposed. Seconder. Can you continue, Director?
Thank you, Speaker. The second set of minutes is a meeting of a special council that was held on Monday, 24th of May, and subsequently adjourned at 25 to 9 and reconvened on the 31st of May, which was also adjourned to 8th of June 2021. These are the minutes where the IDP and the budget for 2021-2022 financial year was tabled. Can we go through the minutes?
Is the minutes a true reflection, councillors? Councillor Swartz.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we just go back to page 47? I think this was going through a bit fast, but if I recall correctly, it mentions there regarding the budget that Councillor now opposed the budget, and then further down it also mentions that I opposed it. And then at the bottom in the summary, it mentions that all the DA councillors opposed it. So the text there it is there. It says, Councillor now requested that the vote be recorded. Sorry, just go up a bit, please. There. Councillor now requested that the vote be recorded against the adoption of the budget, which is correct. And then it said that Councillor Swart thereafter also recorded his vote. But in fact, all the DA councillors recorded their vote against it. If you go down to the bottom of the item, it does in fact list the councillors that recorded their votes against it. I just go up there. There it says there, no, down a bit more. Stop, you've gone too far. There it says there, following councillors recorded their votes against the above decision. So that needs to be brought into the actual text as well, I believe.
Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on page 39, the proposer and the seconder is listed. However, I see when it comes to the names of the councillors that voted against the decision, Councillor Lobese's name is not listed. Now, I would propose that we investigate that, or that we make certain of what the situation there is, because I know in that specific meeting, there was an attempt to illegally suspend Councillor Lobese, but that decision was rescinded or had to be rescinded, and we will actually deal with that item today. So for now, Speaker, I don't see Councillor Lobese's name recorded in the minutes.
Is it a proposal that we move that?
Speaker,
Councillor Nell?
Speaker, I must first beg your excuse because I am a bit difficult with the reading and I did not follow. We went through this agenda a bit quickly. There are two items and I think they are both, I cannot see properly. I think they are both related to one another, and that is both the IDP and the budget. And on both instances, as Councillor Comcom has explained, there was a vote. There was a proposer and a seconder in both instances from the ANC side, but the opposition councillors all recorded their vote against, including Councillor Lubese at that time, who was, as Councillor Comcom explained, illegally not recognized, and that decision had to be rescinded by court order later on. Therefore, there was a majority vote. However, Speaker, I must place on record that in terms of the rules of order, budget and the IDP and items like bylaw changes, etc., are not decided by majority vote. The Speaker in those instances does not have a majority vote. So even if Councillor Lubese's vote was not recorded, it was still not passed. The budget and the IDP was still not passed because there was a 6-all vote if one were to ignore Councillor Lubese's vote. So the correction that needs to be made in the Minister, Mr. Speaker, is that the budget was not passed.
Councillor Kabai?
And also take you through because you were not there. It's a blessing that I remain.
Just let me. Thank you. Just let's make sure that all mics is working.
Only that side working. You see, they are delivered. They are delivered. We're seeing them. Interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
It can't be.
You see, they start with confusing other councillors.
Thank you, Ms. Pantlo. Can we? Maybe it's just a cable. Maybe it's just a cable, guys. It can't be.
They confuse us, then they shut off the mic. Yeah, goodbye. Just check if the background's working.
I'm not
The background. The back benches. Yes. You see?
So the whole left side is off.
I propose that just a short break so that these IT guys can come and fix this because we want this to be recorded.
Can we then therefore allow
100%.
just to make sure
Yes.
that it's been
We've got
denied. It's been
recordings, eh?
denied.
We can go back to it.
I just want to make sure that all mics is still working. Councillor Kabai, please make sure your mic is working.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you. We then continue.
Okay, it's working.
Councillor Kabai.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to correct the confusion that is concocted by the DA. Speaker, for the benefit of other councillors that are new here, is that when we had a meeting approving the budget and the IDP, all these councillors of the DA were here. I'm going to start with the one of approving the budget. Speaker, the rules of order. If a councillor proposes and that item is seconded, it's closed. They only recorded after the item. If they were smart, I believe they were sleeping. If they were smart, as usual, they were going to raise their hands on time and object, as they are saying they were a majority. Going to the issue of Peter Lobes, who was then the executive mayor, it's something that we must sit and discuss and argue about. The matter of Peter Lobes is that there is Section 106 investigation that came up with the MEC, Minister Bredel. One of the people or councillors who opened cases against Peter Lobes is Councillor Nell. And when that information came to the municipality, straight to the speaker took it up and said, we are going to investigate. That's how it is done. And immediately, Section 106 didn't only look at the then mayor, Peter Lobes, also officials, also other councillors, about what we as councillors, new councillors, must do now is to declare. And there were allegations, some of the councillors didn't declare. And that is an offense if you are a councillor and you never declare. There was an investigation, an internal investigation. And immediately after that, the reports were sent to the MEC monthly. The Speaker of Council then, UN Veldeman, wrote to the mayor that these are the allegations. You must answer. That's how it is done. No, I had to explain because they are confusing.
Point of order, Speaker.
Other councillors.
Point of order, Speaker.
Okay.
Recognized. Councillor Nell.
Speaker, we are discussing the agenda. There is no space for argument other than what is on that agenda. This is now going on and on about items which are totally irrelevant at this point. I believe that we should continue, and if I may say, Speaker, that the quote of the rules of order that Councillor Kabai is, let us educate him, then please, Speaker. The Speaker on the day did not recognize the hand of the DA Councillor, which was up first. If we have to go back to the rules of order, the DA's hand was up first by virtue of myself. I raised my hand first on that particular day. Therefore, Speaker, we insisted that the vote be held because the Speaker did not recognize our hands at that point.
Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have a proposal because we cannot debate on minutes. That's why we have recordings. I propose that we don't accept this particular set of minutes for this date until we can ascertain the facts of what happened in that meeting, according to the recordings. Thank you, Speaker.
We have a proposer, Councillor Kamkam.
Speaker.
Councillor, just...
No, Speaker. An order was raised. You're supposed to rule on the order before you go to the proposal.
And moreover, I was still on the floor, Speaker.
Yeah, you see.
That was an order, and I kept quiet.
Yes.
And I was still on the floor. Speaker, they are raising something that is on the minute, and it's an informative matter because they are construing it as a truth, whereas they are not factual. So how are we then going to take new councillors through on this debacle that happened between the DA and the ANC? You see, how are we then going to do it? So they want to bulldoze again because they don't want these new councillors to be informed about the issue. This is informative. They can't just rule it out. without any facts. Now Councillor Nel is saying the speaker didn't notice me. There's no evidence there. Evidence is here and on recordings that there was a proposer and a second. And moreover, let me tell you one thing, Speaker. The budget that was acceptable by the province, it was acceptable as a sound budget. That is why, because there are letters that were written by the MEC questioning what Councillor Nel is talking about, because they were going outside saying something else. When it came back, it agreed with council that really the budget was approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Mangala, I just want to make sure that you are covered. I don't want this thing that you come say this thing. We then note that Councillor Ndai has raised her hand.
I seconded Councillor Kamkam, Speaker. Thank you. And then we take note what Councillor Gaba is saying.
Thank you. I would like to thank Councillor Tabai. Councillors, especially the new councillors, we wasn't here at the time, but it is just nice that you see people informing the floor that whatever happened without. So councillors, let's take note about this. We go with the proposer in a second from Councillor Ndai. Councillor Koloapi, your hands was up?
Yes. Can I make a proposal? A proposal that says, because most seconded the others, can I make a proposal of saying this agenda was too big to be sent on Friday late?
Councillor, can you just I understand, but can we just close this matter, please? Then
Is it not seconded, this matter?
No, the matter is closed. I think where you are going is that I will give you now. Can I just close this matter then?
Which matter?
That we move on. We have a proposal from Councillor Kamkam.
But it is seconded, the proposal.
And seconded by Councillor Ndai.
Oh.
Are you covered, Councillor Koloapi?
Yes, you have closed it now.
Thank you. Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. I hear that the proposal is actually seconded. However, my question now would be, how are we then to actually tackle this item when it comes into the agenda? Because as she had mentioned, and as you are well aware of on the items that are actually in front of you, that at some stage we will have to unpack this. Now, if you are accepting the proposal that we're actually moving over it, how are we then going to sit and unpack it again?
We will then schedule that we go through this to be well informed around the matter as councillors. At the time, I will arrange for such that we go through it and then work around and be informed like we've asked, that Councillor Kabaya suggested. So therefore, we then can move on to the Councillor Kabay.
I was on with proposal here. And
we have a proposal, we have a second, Councillor Kolwapi.
No, I was not proposing that one. I was bringing my own proposal that is more closer to what Councillor Mangab is bringing. And you left me here.
Continue, Councillor Kolwapi.
I was exactly going to raise these things, that you are starting a council, it's the first of its kind to us. And there are issues that we need to deliberate to and makes this council to continue. And those issues were bombarded to us within these minutes as if there was a rush. If then Councillor Kamkam can propose that we need to go and find, if Councillor Kamkam can go and find a report of certain meetings that can hold us not to continue. My point is, why should we not cancel these items that's got a long outstanding history and the fights between DA and the previous one? Then we can continue with items that are more of a service delivery than these political issues that are holding us up, and it makes us not to be able even to deliberate on. Because they've got a history, definitely.
Director, can you just lead us on that, please? We will Councillor Kamkam, then I would just like to give the director to give clarification on how to go about.
Speaker, just a point of clarity. giving my input on minutes that we don't have to accept if we are not happy with it. In every council meeting, we do have recordings. If there's a disagreement, we can go back to those recordings. We can ascertain what happened. And if the minutes need to be adjusted, we do that. That was the point of us going through the minutes. That was the point of the speaker asking our input. So we are not grabbing things out of the air. We simply are questioning the minutes. And even if we go back to that day, in every council meeting, there's a recorder for in case there's a disagreement. Then the administration will go back to those recordings. Thank you.
Councillor,
I've been speaking up before the director, please. Please speak. Because Speaker, what is going to happen now? I'm going to say it frankly, the agenda of the DA. Now, they want to correct the minutes to suit their own agenda. Now, listen, Speaker. Now they want to condemn these minutes, and the mayor writes to MEC, and the MEC comes and say this council
on a point, Councillor, can we
hasn't approved the budget, and therefore they rule this council without the minority councillor. That's their agenda. You must understand.
Councillors, I've told that Councillor Mhlana, the director will lead us in this. I did notice, but before you end, I referred that she would lead us. You are taken. Councillors, can we behave, please? This is newly elected leaders here, and currently we're setting a tone whereby this can continue once we get into the experience. But for now, can I ask that we respect one another? I understand this frustration. As newly elected, we wasn't here. But in the manner we are continuing now, it's just not acceptable in whatever happened between the ANC and the DA. We are on minutes now, but already we see that we are fighting. This is a live broadcast. We are setting the wrong tone here to our public, that this infights of the DA and the ANC is continuing. I ask that we, Councillor Trapai, I ask that we respect. Can we conduct this meeting in a manner suitable for all to take note in the future? I ask this nicely of all councillors present, please. Director, can you lead us, please?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Councillors, these minutes are the minutes of the 31st of May, approving the budget and the ITP as one of the items that were part of that agenda, which is a compliance matter for the ITP and the budget of all municipalities to be approved on the 31st of May. Those items were approved in that meeting of the 31st of May. The following council meetings could not correlate to confirm those minutes. Hence, we are bringing those minutes to this council today, because all the councillors are here. Now I hear councillors indicating that we need to defer these minutes for further perusal or engagement, since we are having new councillors now. But the fact of the matter, the reason why we are bringing all those items from the previous meetings that didn't take place is for this meeting of today to confirm those minutes so that we can proceed with the business of the day. The budget and the ITP that we're talking about, especially the budget, is currently under implementation since 1 July. That's the clarity, Speaker, that I would like to share with the councillors.
Councillor Mahlana's hand was up, and I did want to take note of him.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. I think Director covered what I wanted to check, because the budget we're talking about, Speaker, is currently on implementation. So I maybe from my colleagues on the other side, what will this the suspension of these minutes to look on them will assist us with moving forward? I understand they proposed and seconded each other, but it doesn't make sense to me. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Nel?
Speaker, thank you. And I want to thank the Director of Corporate Services for clarifying. Yes, and for the benefit of the people or the councillors that does not have a lot of experience and are sitting here for the first time. These are compliance issues. And yes, there has to be urgent attention to fix these compliance issues because there was a material flaw in the way those improvements took place and that they have to be redone. And to do that, we have to approach the Treasury and we have to talk to the Ministry of Local Government. But we will have to do that, and that is why we need to get our new acting municipal manager in position urgently.
The Executive Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there's already been a decision to review it and to check the correctness. I don't think we're going to achieve anything by continuing to debate it. One way or other, the minutes will be proved to either be correct as they are or not, and I suggest we move on with the rest of the agenda because we've got quite a full agenda to go through.
Oh, I was going to suggest that we continue after you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director. We then move on to 5.3, minutes of the ordinary council meeting dated 30 June, subsequently adjourned and reconvened 8 July, which was subsequently cancelled on 7 July 2021. 5.3. Director. th June. Are we on 30th June? Page 69, if I'm correct, Director.
Thank you very much, Speaker. These are the minutes of the meeting of the 30th of June, 2021. This meeting had to be adjourned because there was no quorum, and it was adjourned to the 8th of July, 2021. And it was subsequently cancelled on the 7th of July because there was a lot of apologies received from other councillors. Then we realized that we're not going to have a quorum for that meeting, so it was adjourned.
Thank you.
As you can see on item number 3, the application for leave of absence from the councillors that are listed there.
Thanks.
Yes, Speaker, that meeting didn't take place. We were in the council chambers, but there was no quorum. Then the Speaker had to adjourn the meeting at 5 to 10.
So that's the minutes on Any input, councillors? Councillor Kabai.
Confirm the minutes.
Executive Mayor.
Second.
Proposed, Councillor Kabai, seconded by the Executive Mayor, Councillor Swartz. We then move on.
But still, we're not there. We need to second or who's
We then move on to the 5.4 minutes of the ordinary council meeting dated 6 September 2021, subsequently adjourned to 22 September 2021.
Thank you, Speaker. Also, this meeting of the 6th of September was adjourned to the 22nd of September because of the number of councillors that requested, submitted leave of absence, as you can see there on the minutes.
Councillors, we are on page 47, 74, page 74.
There was no quorum also in this particular meeting. Thanks.
Councillor Kabai.
Confirm the minutes.
Proposed by Councillor Kabai.
Before there's a second, I would like to bring this that seemingly the whole year was a wasteful year this year from all these councillors. I wish we should not do that this time around and take note of the concerns of e-services, whether what was the case or not. But I think this is not a good reputation of these things. It's not a good reflection of things. Thank you.
We have a proposer, Councillor Kabai. Is there a second, Councillor Kolwapi, or we're still looking for a seconder?
I will second it, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Nyal. We move on to 5.5, minutes of the inaugural council meeting dated 18 November 2021.
Mr. Speaker, we did not complete that set of minutes due to time constraints. We will have it available at the next meeting.
We take note, councillors. Due to difficult technicals, the minutes is not available. It will be available at the next. Can I then suggest we accept such? Councillor Kabai.
Accepted.
Thank you. Seconder?
Seconded, Speaker.
Councillor Nyal, seconded. So, councillors, that is for point 5 on the confirmation of minutes. We have concluded that item with 5.5. We therefore move on to point 6, statements and communications by the Executive Mayor and the Speaker. 6.1.
Thank you, Speaker. We're fast approaching the end of 2021. COVID-19 virus is still impacting on people's lives, and South Africa has gone from alert level 1 in March to alert level 4 in June, and then back to the current level 1 since the 1st of October. This lower level of lockdown has enabled business and our town to operate with some form of normality. Bitou is renowned for its amazing scenic beauty, and we now boast 6 blue flag accredited beaches that attract many visitors. As we in Bitou approach what is commonly known as season, more work opportunities are becoming available that will enable many of our businesses and communities the opportunity to earn some much needed income for their families. A new strain of the virus has once again thrown countries into a panic, causing knee-jerk reactions in stopping travel to and from South Africa. This has raised concern about the reduction of an anticipated influx of overseas visitors, that has been expected. Hopefully, common sense will prevail and these travel restrictions will be lifted soon. As of 29th of November, the number of infections in South Africa has increased and there's now a positivity rate of 10.7% of people being tested. The majority of the new infections, 84% in fact, are in Gauteng, 5% in the Western Cape, and 1% in the Eastern Cape. Friday sees the start of our annual Matric Rage Festival, and the people of Bitou may have noticed the preparations taking place at Central Beach. The organisers will be testing all students participating through them and will be adhering to the regulations in place and in fact exceeding them. Students will now need to show proof of vaccination, will be tested on arrival. A test centre will be operational from Wednesday. A contact trace team will also be in place, as well as a vehicle to transport any testing positive to the accommodation or to the hometown. Once the Rage Festival is over, the insurge of our holidaymakers starts. With many coming from Gauteng, this is where our real challenge lies in confining the spread of the coronavirus. Although many facilities were closed last December, we know that we experience a spike in infection when our visitor numbers increase. We need to ensure strict adherence to the COVID protocols of distancing, washing of hands, and wearing masks at all times, especially when in confined spaces. There will be the usual traffic increase, frustrated people, and the like, so we will need to show patience when travelling around Bitou, and we need to make our visitors feel welcome, as they'll provide a welcome boost to our economy. I want to thank in advance all our officials from law enforcement, traffic and other services who will be busy ensuring the safety of all in Bitou during this period. I also wish to advise Council that an acting municipal manager will be arriving in Bitou tomorrow, 1st of December, to fill this position while we advertise to fill the post permanently. A staff meeting is also planned for Thursday, the 2nd of December, to give staff an opportunity to meet new councillors, and this will be notified to everyone shortly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, the Executive Mayor.
Can the Executive Mayor take a question, Speaker?
No, that's a statement from him, sir. Thank you. There's none from the Speaker's office. However, I have before this said that this is our first time as councillors, and we have raised that it is a bit of a concern in the manner we have already started off looking into all the outstanding matters from our previous leaders. So therefore, from my side, I would ask that we look after one another during this period. I know our brains has been overloaded since we have received the agenda, but please take note, we are heading into a period which is for Plettenberg Bay of most important. The Plet Rage Festival, it's much needed for our local town, Plettenberg Bay, especially to boost our economy. And if we're out there, please accept these visitors, make them feel welcome, let them have the time of their life. As we all know, school has ended for them. So councillors, once in the public, please be friendly, meet and greet. Don't ask money from the visitors, please. Thank you very much. We then continue to point 7. Believe we don't have any presentations. None. Point 8. Items for information which has been dealt with by the Executive Mayor in terms of delegated authority. Director, can you? Point 8. Items for information which has been dealt with by the Executive Mayor in terms of delegated authority. Do we have any items for information around there?
Speaker, if the Mayor has no items that he dealt with in terms of his delegated authority, to declare, then I've suggested we can continue with the rest of the agenda.
We have a proposer, Director.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think that particular item deals with the reports of the mayoral committee dating 23rd March up until the 18th of August.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we must remember we're dealing with a lot of items that were in postponed meetings. So I think we must just note these items because these were items since before this particular term that we're all sitting in now. So I think it's just worthwhile for us to note the items and move on with the agenda.
So that's proposed by Councillor Nel and a seconder by the Executive Mayor. We move on to point 9, noting of outstanding and partially implemented council resolutions. Point 9. It is on page 88. Page 88. Councillor Nel.
Speaker, I propose that we take note of the historic outstanding items and move forward.
Proposed by Councillor Nel.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Kapai. Sorry, Councillor, come, he jumped you. Thank you, Councillor. That moves on then to point 10. Consideration of reports and non-delegated matters. Point 10. Which brings us to the index of
Speaker, if I may request, can I just move the agenda down so that we can see what the items are?
the portfolio of index. Is it visible? All clear to all councillors?
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Section 1, Office of the Municipal Manager. The item is on page 102 to 107, item number C, stroke 1, stroke 05, stroke 12, stroke 21. Bitou Municipality Risk Universe. Page 102, councillors. Item serving. Councillor Kapai.
Speaker, I believe you said stroke 12. I'm seeing stroke 11 here. Stroke 11. The item. There it is.
Okay, I see. Just a correction, it's
stroke 12.
on my one it says stroke 12. So just a correction, take note, Director. Item C.
Speaker.
Speaker, okay, apologies for that. We inserted the wrong portfolio index because we did experience some technical problems with our internet and our network drives last week. So that was just an error, but the item numbers that is reflected is right. It should be 11 and not the 12.
Thank you, Mr. Proslow. Apology accepted.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I go with the recommendations.
I second, Speaker.
We have a proposer, Councillor Kapai proposed. We have a seconder, Councillor Nel. Councillor Kamkam?
Sorry, I just wanted to make a recommendation that administration reads the item numbers into the record for you. If we move over to the next item, they would make it easier.
Thank you. We then move on to the next one.
Next item is item C, stroke 1, stroke 06, stroke 11, stroke 21.
And that deals with Bitou Municipality Risk Management Framework document. Item now serving. Councillor Kabai.
I go with the recommendation, Speaker.
I second, Speaker.
We have a proposer, Councillor Kabai, seconded by Councillor Nel. So far, so good. Thank you, councillors.
Next item is item C, stroke 1, stroke 07, stroke 11, stroke 21, establishment of an attendance committee in terms of section 14, between brackets 1, between brackets B, schedule 1, chapter 12 of the Municipal Systems Act, Act 32 of 2000.
Speaker, I propose that we take note of the recommendation and move on.
Yes. Yes, I would. Councillor Kabai.
Speaker, while the official was busy talking, the hand of Councillor Nel was already up. It's really, Speaker, we can't be held like this. Please, he must relax.
Councillor, thank you. Yes, Councillor, it is that. Please, can we wait for the item to be served and then raised on this? So we are on the mentioned item. Can I suggest that we withdraw the item? Councillors? Councillor Kamkam?
Thank you, Speaker. I don't want to go back into history, but this item is here now. This item was as a result of that whole meeting where there was an attempt to actually suspend some of the councillors. And I suspect that this item was brought here, as we all know, as a historical item from the last term. So I would also propose that we withdraw the item.
Proposer, Councillor Kamkam.
I second that, Speaker.
Councillor Nel, just hold on. Councillor Nel, can we ask that you withdraw? Again, I wanted to note Councillor Olivier, but the same thing is happening with the hand again. Councillor Olivier, you wanted to be called for Councillor Nel?
I wanted to second Councillor Kamkam's.
We have a proposer from Councillor Kamkam and we have a seconder from Councillor Olivier. We then move on to the next item.
Next item is item C, stroke 1, stroke 08, stroke 11, stroke 21, rescinding of resolution pertaining to implementation of process plan, recommendation on section 106 provincial investigation report.
My hand was up first. Councillors, can I ask that this item also be withdrawn? Councillor Nel?
We agree with you, Speaker, and I'll go with that recommendation of yours.
There's a proposal by Councillor Nel, seconded by
I support it.
Councillor Olivier. Thank you.
Item C, stroke 1, stroke 09, stroke 11, stroke 21, approval of 2021, stroke 2022 IDP and budget time schedule.
Item now serving. Councillor Kabai.
Speaker, I go with the recommendation. Thank you.
There's a proposal from Councillor Kabai. Councillor Kamkam.
I will second that proposal. Councillor Kabai, he's just jumping in front of me this morning.
We have a seconder, Councillor
However,
Kamkam.
Speaker, recommendation number 4, there's a date of the 30th of September. It says that it be noted that the municipal manager will submit a letter to the provincial government to ask for an extension till the 30th of September 2021 as a result of council not being able to adopt the IDP and the budget time schedule within the required legislative timeframes as per resolution 2 above. Is that still applicable or relevant?
Director.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In terms of compliance, this report was supposed to have been tabled to council in August, but because our meetings were not correcting, we anticipated that council will sit on the 30th, meaning we will only be able to advise council after the office of the minister, which is COGTA, after this council meeting of today, that this item was approved by council. So the date is no longer the 30th of September. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Item closed. Move on to the next item.
Next item is item C/1/10/11/21, Bitou Vision 2050.
Bitou Vision 2050, item now serving. Councillor Kolwap, is your hand up?
I wouldn't recommend as such in that item, but I would ask, can we be given this vision firstly as a new councillors, even if we can still, before we even deliberate on it, because the vision of 2050, who knows what it takes. So for us to approve or do anything, can that be coming back? We can be given a whole vision, the person who's got it to come and present it, the vision, so that we can see what it goes. How about that?
Just before I give you Councillor Kamkam, we have an indication from the director that would like to say something.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. There are three planning items on the agenda of council: the Vision 2050, the Spatial Development Framework, and also the zoning scheme. My recommendation to the council would be to postpone consideration of those items so that we can have a workshop with the council early next year to explain exactly what is going on so that everybody is on the same page. There's no immediate urgency for those items to be adopted. They can be postponed until early next year sometime.
Thank you. Councillor Kolapi does that. Thank you. I would then go to Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered. I see there's synergy this morning. I totally support the proposal of Councillor Kolwapi, and the director is touching on the same ideas that I personally also would like to propose. But let's stick to this item. I would second that proposal. Thank you, Speaker.
We have a proposal from Councillor Kolwapi, seconded by Councillor Kamkam. Item closed. Next item.
Item C/1/11/11/21, the appointment of an audit committee member and to extend the current chairperson and member's term.
The item is now serving. Councillor Nyal.
Speaker, I propose that we take note of the recommendation. Go with it.
Proposal from Councillor Nyal. Councillor Busakwe.
Seconded, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Busakwe. Thank you.
You're not showboating anymore.
Item closed. We then move on to the next item.
Item C/1/12/11/21, Audit and Performance Audit Committee Report on 2020/2021, Quarter 3 and Quarter 4.
Item is on page 652. Item is now serving. Councillor Ndai.
We take note of the report, Speaker.
Councillor Nel was up before you, Councillor Kabai.
I will allow him, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a seconder, Councillor Kabai. Item closed. We move on to the next item.
Item C/1/13/11/11/21, Municipal Public Accounts Committee report on irregular expenditure from 2017 to 2018 and 2019 to 2020 financial years, page 664 to page 668.
Thank you. Item is now serving, page 664. Item now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is basically just a summary of all the items that has been dealt with by MPEC or has been submitted to Council with recommendations. Recommendations were made to Council pertaining the 2017-2018 and 2018-2019 financial years in terms of the regular expenditure. And Speaker, I would also like to point out that we have made extra recommendations, and I hope, in this term, that those recommendations will actually be implemented. And part of those recommendations was that we recommended that the standard operation framework and procedures on consequence management be drafted. We also recommended that the disciplinary board will start to function as per terms of reference and reporting structures as approved per Council Resolution C/1/126/03. And with that, Speaker, there is still outstanding the outstanding items for the 2019-2020 financial year, which we will have to hand over to the new chairperson, as well as outstanding recommendations on 2017-18, 2018 and 2019 financial years, because some of those recommendations or items were referred to the disciplinary board and to the accounting officer for actioning. And with that mouthful, Speaker, I can see everybody's looking at me with big eyes. I propose that we go with and we note this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor Kamkam. There's a proposal. Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Kabai.
Seconded, Speaker.
Item closed. We move on to the next item.
Item C/1/14/11/21, establishment of Municipal Public Accounts Committee, between brackets impact, and appointment of the impact chairperson, page 669 to 672.
Item is now serving. Councillor Nyalwa's hand was up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is an important appointment that we need to make, and it is a very important part of the Council of responsibility. The tradition has been in the past, Speaker, that the chairmanship of the Impact Committee be given to the opposition. And in this instance, I propose that we offer the position to Councillor Polwapi as the chairperson of Impact. And I propose that the members that we include would be, for the sake of experience, Councillor Kamkam. And I further propose that we include Councillor Pusakwe as the second member.
Director. There's a proposal from Councillor Nyal. Councillor Mhlana.
Speaker, two things. Before I second, can executive member be part of the impact of the scope?
Can you, I didn't hear you that, can an executive member be part? Director?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't think the members of the executive, like the mayor or deputy mayor or the speaker, can form part of that committee. We must elect from other councillors.
Councillor Kabai?
This committee, Speaker, are the police. As an executive, you can't police yourself. So Speaker, I really ask the indulgence of Councillor Nell that he must do things correct. He was fine when he started picking up an opposition councillor because they are going to police them. You see? So the three councillors that must be there, I believe that they must come from the opposition benches. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Mangaba. Councillor Kamkam's hand was before you.
Thank you, Speaker. It is confirmed. It's actually written in the item that an executive member may not serve on the MP committee. I would propose Councillor Ndai also and to add on to the Honourable Councillor Kabai. In the previous term, I was serving as the chairperson with Councillor Van Reijnen and Councillor Machila, which were, I don't understand what you are saying, sir, but I would propose Councillor Ndai. Thank you. Exactly, Councillor Ndai is not executive. Thank you.
There's a proposal.
Sorry.
Just a minute. Councillor Mhlana?
Yeah, Speaker, we don't know yet executive mayor. We only know the two of you that you are in the executive. We don't know other councillors who are serving as executive members. So I don't know now. Maybe they know each other.
So they already know who is.
Do they know each other?
Councillor Mangaba, your hand was up.
Well, Speaker, I concur with what Councillor Kabai was saying, in the sense that to maintain being impartial, we need to elect from the opposition. With that being said, we can have Councillor Noxie there, Councillor Porter there, and Councillor Mhlana there.
Let me just get it right. Your proposal is a counter. So it's Councillor Kolwapi, Councillor Porter, and what was the other councillor?
Councillor
Mhlana.
Councillor Polo.
Got that. Councillor Kamkam, your hand was up.
Thank you, Speaker. I would also like to propose Councillor Sam. Your surname? I want to do it. Mangaba. I would like to propose him as also a member of MPEC. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Ndai.
Speaker, I would like to second Councillor Kamkam, Councillor Kolapi to be the chairperson, and Councillor Sam to serve there on that committee. And then I support myself to serve on that committee. Thank you, Speaker.
We therefore have, let me just get it right. Councillor Sethi.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I would like to second on the three names. Councillor Kolapi as a chairperson, and Councillor Botha, and also Councillor Mhlana.
We have a proposal 1. We have a counter, which in the event will then therefore have to go to a vote. So in the first instance, we have, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Kolwapi, Councillor Ndai, Councillor Kamkam, and the counter was Councillor Kolwapi, Councillor Mangaba, and Councillor Ndai. Of that was the 2 we will then therefore have to go to a vote. Unless we can agree on mutual, but a vote is needed because
What are the ones that are seconded? Can I get a clarity? What are the ones that are seconded in votes?
Councillor, let me explain to you at first, councillors, can we have one meeting, please? At first instance, we received a proposal of which the first servants would then be Councillor Kolwapi as the chairperson, Councillor Kamkam, and Councillor Busakwe. We therefore correct that the executive can't serve on a structure of which the opposition brought a counter giving their names in the following order, of which Councillor Kolwapi, Councillor Buota, and Councillor Mhlana. So in the event where you have proposed with a counter, such matter goes to a vote. So we have two proposals. We therefore go to a vote. Councillors?
Speaker.
Councillor Kolwapi, just hold. I just want to get this and then attend back to you. Can we then agree that we accept the two different proposals and then go to a vote? Of which I would just like Ms. Kolwapi then to conclude. Are you happy with the clarity, Ms. Kolwapi?
That clarity of which groups to be voted for, barring them, but there was still a concern that came with Councillor Kapai, seconded by Councillor Mhlana, that we don't know the executives of our opposition side, of our leading organization, of which there's a concern that there should be not people that are serving as executive members there. So up to this far, we only know two people that are executive. It was a concern that was raised, and should we not get a clarity on that before?
Thank you very much, Speaker. The item for the election of members that will serve on the executive is still coming, is part of the agenda. Unless council is suggesting that we start with that one and then come back.
They didn't indicate such.
That item is part of the agenda.
Councillors, can I reiterate where we are on the establishment of a Municipal Public Accounts Committee MPAC and appointment of the MPAC chairperson. So, therefore, we will conclude the matter with a vote by the opposition with Councillor Kolwapi, Councillor Buota, Councillor Mhlana, and leading Councillor Kolwapi, Councillor Sam, and Councillor Ndai. Can you just hold on, sir? No. The matter is on a vote. We will conclude the matter on a vote, unless you would, by mutual, give.
I'm trying to actually save you guys, save the council from that, and actually I would like to withdraw my name from the list.
Councillor Sam has withdrawn. Which leaves us on the other with only two. Councillor Ndai?
Yes, if Sam withdraw his name, I would like to propose Councillor Seti to serve with Councillor Kolapi as a chairperson and the two additional Councillor Seti and Councillor Ndai as they were proposed. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Seti?
Thank you, Speaker. I withdraw.
Councillor Seti withdraw.
Speaker,
Councillor Kabai?
can you repeat the other side, the names? Can you repeat the other side?
The regional, before we got clarity, was that Councillor Busakwe would serve, Councillor Kamkam, and Councillor Kolwapi. We therefore correct that the executive can't serve on. So in turn, it got Councillor Kolwapi, Councillor Ndai, Councillor Kamkam.
The question still remains. We don't know the executive. We only know the speaker, the executive mayor, and the deputy mayor. But you can't elect somebody who is going to be an executive. That's the question. We must be told who is. It's not a fully fledged executive. It's not a fully fledged. The executive mayor must have MEICO members.
What is this agitation? What are they agitating?
Executive Mayor?
The last proposal from Councillor Ndai was only Councillor Ndai has been from our side, and Councillor Ndai is not one of the intended executive members.
Councillor Ndai. Only.
He's not one of the intended members.
And Councillor Kamkam?
She's not the last nomination.
But the speaker mentioned.
Councillor Kamkam?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can I make a proposal? The sequence of these items is now creating a problem. So can I propose that this item then stand over until we've dealt with the announcement of the whole executive?
There's a proposal.
I second it, Speaker.
Seconded.
Thank you.
By Councillor Busakwe. Councillor Tabai? Are you all right? Happy?
So the names now, I'm lost, Speaker, now.
We will now attend to what your question was. We will then deal and then move this matter so that we can have clarity on who's the executive.
Yeah.
Thank you. So therefore, proposer was then in a seconder. We would then move item C, stroke 1, stroke 14, stroke 11, stroke 21. We will then move it to a later stage. We then now move on into section 2, finance.
First item is item C. Item C, stroke 2, stroke 01, stroke 11, stroke 21, outstanding debt report, May 2021, page 674 to 684.
Item is now serving. Councillor Nyal.
Speaker, I propose that we take note of the report.
There's a proposer.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Mhlana. Next item.
Item C, stroke 2, stroke 02, stroke 11, stroke 21, write-off of obsolete stock, page 685 to 688.
The item is on page 685. Write-off of absolute stock. Item is now serving. Councillor Nyal.
Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendation.
We have a proposer from Councillor Nyal. Councillor Ndai.
I second it, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Ndai. Item closed.
Next item is item C, stroke 2, stroke 03, stroke 11, stroke 21. Report debt collection, agency performance, page 689 to 749.
Page 689. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Speaker, my eyesight is... Speaker, I just want to check, enlarge so I can check the recommendations. Speaker, it's obvious that we have challenge even with having a service provider in place. And if we look at the collection rate, I don't see an improvement. So I'm starting to question the relevance of this exercise. And I think council should consider whether it is still viable for us to actually make use of a service provider. In actual fact, I think we've got bigger problems to worry about. We've got all our indigent approvals, and that has not been processed in time. And I think the majority of the problems that we have are actually in the sub-economical areas, where we basically need to find a new strategy to speak to those challenges, especially in terms of debt collection. I personally would propose that we reconsider making use of this service provider. Obviously, I cannot make that recommendation as in to stop it, but I think the council needs to look at the viability of this exercise. My other concern is, Speaker, that the public participation is very poor when it comes to this particular service provider going out and just putting people on the drip system. There is no communication whatsoever. And I personally think that we need to relook our public participation, and we also need to relook at our service charges and make it more affordable. And that would probably deal with our problems that we have. Thank you, Speaker. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Kamkam. There's a proposal from Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Kolwapi.
I'm also with the idea that we don't need really a service provider for collection. Looking from what the communities were complaining about, most of the older people will get messages from people that are raiding them, and you'll find that they become the victims. They take the whole money of grant, they come and pay because they fear, and it makes them not to live nice. Instead of other things that I think what we need to emphasize more is to use the EPWPs even more for collection, the thing of indigent processes, instead of us putting a service provider that causes more heartache and more pressure and unnecessary one, in fact, because it always goes with the people that are older, that they don't know they've got methods of going and rearrange and doing arrangements. Because if younger people, they get those messages, maybe they don't mind compared to older people. That was violating more the rights of older people. So I would say, let's do away maybe with the debt collection system and entrench more local systems, policies that we can do that are much better off than that one. Same goes with the electrical cutting off, where there's a service provider that gets in, not even knowing what are the cases of our communities. They just come and cut the electricity, whilst there's work that was needed to be done before. So I would also say, let's do away and make more systems that are viable and more workable.
The Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to recommend that we ask the CFO to bring a report to the next council meeting on whether there has been an improvement in debt collection since the report of the 15th of June, and to then bring a recommendation to council to decide whether we should continue with the service provider or not, and if we're not going to continue with him, what alternative methods that he will suggest to collect debt, because we obviously need to collect debt. So I think we should call for a report on this exact matter for the next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Botha.
I second that. Also, just to probably determine, are they the individuals that are putting the drip management systems in place?
Okay. Councillor Mhlana.
I wanted to second Umlung, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlana. So we therefore had Councillor Kamkam as a proposer and Councillor Botha as a seconder. Your hand was up, Councillor Nell.
Speaker, yes, I just wanted to clarify something, and I think it's something of interest to this council because it is taking place right now. Before the municipal manager left us, we did implement the drip system in the non-ESCOM areas, and it is creating tremendous hardship. But we are in contravention of the COVID regulations. This is not permitted to take place now. So we need to stop that drip system as soon as we possibly can.
Councillor Kabai.
Speaker, I don't want to say I'm confused. We tend to forget very easily that COVID-19, people lost jobs. And the interventions that were done by administration in terms of collecting revenue, where outlying areas are using ESCOM areas, the municipality, in order to collect there, it must use a drip system. Where areas people use our services and also buy electricity from us, we block them as to come forward and do arrangements. If you are an indigent, then you sign in a form, then you are sorted. But all those, because of COVID-19, were to say we are stopping drip system because it's against the rules of COVID-19. Moreover, we can't be blocking electricity whereas people are not employed. We must find ways of collecting revenue. So you'll find out that in this period of COVID-19, there are interventions that have been done by the municipality. And we must not have a blanket approach because government is saying in order a municipality to be sustainable, it must collect. Now, we're sitting with this challenge of COVID-19. I agree, we must come together and find what are the interventions that we're going to do as this administration on how are we then going to be able to collect. I must not stand for my own area and say, stop that drip system, because it's going to hammer back to the municipality, because most areas that are not paying the municipality is those ESCOM areas, because they know that they don't depend to the municipality through electricity. And yet we punish the other side. New Horizon, that if you don't pay, we block your electricity. So that is not fair. And I plead, Speaker, that these councillors that are sitting here, we must not treat each other as isolated parts in this community. Because we are one part looking after this whole community. You can't stand for your area and say cut drip system. We must come with strategies. That's leadership. You can't stand on your own. It's not done. So I'm saying, Speaker, we must find a way on how are we then going to be able to collect revenue. Public participation, it was very difficult because it was COVID. As a speaker, how are you then going to do public participation, going to people and educate people about paying services of the municipality? For now, we are still in a problem on how are we going to call these public participation meetings, because you can't do anything without public participation in government. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kabai. The item was proposed and it was seconded. So yes, the item is of huge concern in our different communities or in Plettenberg Bay as a whole. So therefore it is needed that this council comes up with a plan that we see how best we can to continue collect. As a municipality, we are depending on debt collections. It's just to find a proper manner, suitable manner in how to get the collection. So we definitely take note. Thank you, Councillor Kapai. The last I would to give to Councillor Kamkam and Councillor Nel. We then will move on.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be brief. To add on what Councillor Kabai is saying, yes, no one is saying that we should have a blanket approach or we should cut certain areas out and the other areas must suffer. It is evident that the way things has been done till now is not working. Let me remind Council, we are the policy makers. We can relook at our policies to make it more affordable. We can introduce schemes that will benefit our communities instead of us taking this approach. And that goes for the ESCOM areas as well as the areas where the municipal areas in terms of the electricity. So council has got a responsibility to relook at our policies and to introduce policies that are workable. Instead of taking this type of, it's not working. So that's my take on it. So it is in our hands. We can relook at certain things. Thank you.
Councillor Nel, just before you, please can you move your mic closer to you, and then for record purposes, make sure that we speak into the mic and a little bit. It's fine, you can take off your mask just to get that we are on the recording. Speak into the mic. Thank you, Councillor Nel.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, can I just say that I have heard absolutely nothing that comes from Councillor Kapai's address to Council that I do not agree with. He is absolutely correct, and I believe that we as a Council should cooperate very closely. This is a burning issue in our community, and I really believe that we can do. There are schemes that we can conduct. So I believe that there are areas where we should really, really work together, and this is one of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nel. On that, we will close the item with the proposal that was coming from Councillor Kamkam, seconded by Councillor Botha. Ms. Haldeman?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, the proposal came from the Executive Mayor that an updated report be submitted to the next meeting of Council in respect of the debt collection performance of the agency, and supported by Councillor Botha.
Thank you very much. Item closed. We then move on to the next item.
Next item is item C/2/04/11/21, section 71 report for the month 30 June 2021, page 750 to 770.
Item is on page 750. Page 750. Item now serving. Councillor Kabai.
I go with the recommendation by the then acting executive mayor.
There was a proposal from Councillor Kabai. Proposal from Councillor Kabai.
I second the proposal, Speaker.
Councillor Mangaba, seconded. Proposal from Councillor Kabai, then seconded by Councillor Mangaba. Thank you.
Item C/2/05/11/2021, report on unauthorized expenditure for the fourth quarter ending 30 June 2021, page 771.
Item now serving. The Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a problem with some items in the unauthorized expenditure. We can maybe just go down to the list.
Can we move to the list on the item of unauthorized expenditure, the list, please? I think it starts on page 774. Just make sure. Page 774.
Okay, the print's a bit small, but there's 3 or 4 items in here regarding rental properties in Melville's Corner. That is an unauthorized expenditure because budget has been exceeded. What I can't understand is we're renting properties, we've got a lease agreement, we know what our cost is going to be for the full year. How can we have exceeded our budget? Are we maybe not budgeting correctly? Because it just doesn't make sense that for known expenses, we don't have budget for it. And I think these sort of items need to be correctly addressed at the time that we're doing our budget. Because if I remember correctly, there's at least 3 instances of the lease agreement being regarded as unauthorized expenditure because we don't have budget. So I just need to implore on the finance section to please check these things and make sure when we're doing our budgeting that we're budgeting correctly, because then that's going to prevent these sort of unauthorized expenditures.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Item is still in serving.
I'll propose we go with the recommendation.
The Executive Mayor proposed that we go with the recommendations. There's a proposer. Seconded by Councillor Kabai. Item closed. Next item.
Item C/2/06/11/21, list of withdrawals from municipal bank account for the quarter ending 30 June 2021, page 779.
Item is on page 779, now serving. Councillor Nel.
Speaker, I suggest that we take note of this item, but I want to take note with very deep concern. There are some very big and very large unexplained withdrawals which we need to go into at a later time.
Councillor Ndai.
I seconded my whip, Speaker.
Proposed by Councillor Nyal, seconded by Councillor Ndai. Item closed. Next item.
Item C/2/07/11/21, outstanding debt report, June 2021, page 785.
Item is on page 785, councillors. Page 785. Item is now serving. Councillor Kabai.
Go with the recommendations.
There's a proposal.
I will second the recommendation, Speaker, but I just want to implore on Council to look at what the trend is. It is horrendous. Outstanding debt is a huge item to us.
We take note, Councillor, now. So,
Can I come?
Councillor Koluapi?
I would also say, as much as that we know that we've got societies that are not working, hence the data like this, I would love us, this council, to consider the fact of where are the works going to, the opportunities that are being created here, where are they going to? Where are the residents putting their money to in order other residents can continue being liable for their services? Things like the foreign workers that are full here in this town, in the backyards and everywhere else, is things that this council need to take cognizance, because somehow the services are being done. The people that are renting in our backyards, in our communities, we need to create a bylaw that can protect, so that we should not be in the case of this every time we've got debts that needs to be written off because people are not affording. So it's also things that we need to take into cognizance in this council to create bylaws that will protect our people that are South Africans, that are Platonians. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Koluapi. I think that's why we have been elected on 1st November to ensure that we look after our people. So we therefore take note and then close the item.
Moving to item C/2/08/11/21, Environment Report for the fourth quarter ending 30 June 2021, page 796.
Just hold on. Wait, I just want to make something sure here. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like us to move to page 800. The last table or row. Yeah. I'm a bit confused here, Speaker. We've got environment where money was moved from one vote under the Department of Community Services, as it's itemized as non-structured, and then it was moved to another vote which is also itemized as non-structured. That confuses me, and even if I go to the last column, it's even the same vote. It says facilities and services centers, facilities and services centers. So it's exactly the same descriptions. The only thing that is different is the number. If we go to the second column, if we look at the first item number, it's different from the second item number. That's the only difference here. However, the description, the amount, the department, the votes, it looks like the same thing. So unfortunately, we don't have the Director Community Services here, but I think we need clarity on this. I would like to see clarity on that, if possible.
I'm with you. I don't know whether the acting director has taken note or perhaps can give clarity on the matter raised. Councillor, thank you. Councillor Kabai, your hand was up.
No, Speaker, I was going to say there's an acting director. I don't know why Councillor Kamkam is saying this. It doesn't, she is not saying. But moreover, Speaker, when we're dealing with these issues, that is why we've got MPEC. So these issues must be sent to MPEC. I think she should know. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Kamkam?
To add on to the Honourable Councillor Kabai, stop overloading MPEC. We are seeking clarity. Thank you, Speaker.
Taken, the director, the acting has indicated that he's going to give us on that matter. So therefore, we don't expect him to, he is still new, starting in that position. So the item is still, we take note of the concerns raised, and therefore we strongly believe that via the correct channels, we will get the answers. Thank you. The item is on for, do we have a proposer? Councillor Koluapi?
Before I propose, in the item of grass cutting and everything at community department, clearing and grass cutting services, I would love that our acting director to be more vigilant and looking, because you'll find that in other areas they are getting more opportunity to go and cut as if the rain falls only in New Rising too much than in Kwanokutula, whatever. You get those cases that are like that. So I would love also to bring it up, because I can see how much is the budget and everything else. Maybe we might even experience lesser than that, but it's another department that we must look where things are being done not fairly, and a lot of things.
Councillor, thank you. I think the directness of where we're heading, we will get the clarification as explained. So therefore, the item is still on open. Proposer, Councillor Ndai,
Seconded, Councillor Kamkam's.
seconded by Councillor Ndai. Thank you. Councillors, can I ask that we take a 5-minute break, just to stretch the legs, just to laugh a bit. I believe it is needy, taking into the circumstances we are in today. We therefore would like to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. everyone present? We would like to resume. Is the administration ready?
Yes, sir. Moving to item C, stroke 2, stroke 9, stroke 11, stroke 21. Request for write-off, approved indigent account balance 2020 to 2021, page 801.
Item is on page 801. Request for write-off, approved indigent account balance 2020 and 2021. Page 801. Item now serving. Councillor Kabai.
I go with the recommendations.
Seconded.
Councillor Msana. Yes, hold on. And I would like to do it in order. Councillor Olivier, your hand was up.
I want to go with the recommendation, but I'll second it.
We have a proposer from Councillor Kabai and a seconder by Councillor Olivier. Councillor Kamkam.
Sorry, Speaker, we were just ambushed here. The councillor, those two councillors just, I don't know why they're in such a rush. I obviously we would like to support this, but I'm just wondering, why is it such small amounts? Or is it just because this report looks very incomplete to me? But because normally we get a more comprehensive report, so I'm just very surprised to see this report just compiled like this, and the amount doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, I'm probably the only one wondering.
Councillor Ndai.
I'm also going to wondering,
I mean,
Speaker, but I can
doesn't make sense.
recommend
What is
I
happening
support
here?
the item, but I've got lots of questions, yes, Speaker, but I don't want to be difficult because as a previous councillor, even all of us that they were here for 2 to 3 years, we fully understand that when we get the report, we normally get 15,000, 22, but suddenly now it's just 3,000, 4,000, 2,000, and they're on rush to support that. But Speaker, as they were saying, we need to have time to read.
Doesn't
but
make
for
sense.
them, go. But doesn't
Councillor
matter.
Botha.
Sir, I think, but we're all in agreement that when we look at the rates, it's going to include the indigent policy. It's going to look at the rates for water, electricity, and all of that in totality. I mean, this policy will therefore come into play there, and we can then check this to see whether A, there's a system error, or B, whether there's a policy that we need to implement. So that should then be covered then.
Thank you. Councillor Kamkam.
Yes, I would also request that next time we get a more comprehensive report. And we need justification as to some of these accounts are a bit, yeah, so this report is not sufficient enough. I think we need to include the wards. We also need to know when exactly the indigent was approved, the application was approved, what the outstanding debt was at that time, and what we are written off. That would be my request.
Thank you.
And on the item, Speaker, also I've got a question mark, but as I see Ngubo NC, when I look at Ngubo NC, it's my spouse, then I'm concerned, how did he come on this report while he didn't even say anything to me? Even he's not even aware with this. No, I'm not declaring. He's staying with me. We're not staying in this house. That's what my concern. I'm not declaring. I've got a concern of his name is here.
We will,
himself and myself. Thank you.
we will get clarification on the matter. Councillors. We had a proposal from Councillor Tabai.
And Ward 6 Councillor approve it.
Councillor Ndai, we are on the item. We have proposal by Councillor Tabai.
You don't know what's happening in your house.
Seconded.
I know what's
Councillors.
I know. Don't run it through someone. The ward previous councillor knows what I'm saying. Whoever who did this, without me and him, we are not staying in that house. You must listen to me, Councillor Shana.
We take note,
Councillor
Mhlana. Councillors, can we behave? There was a proposal from Councillor Tabai. It was seconded by Councillor Olafir. The item is now closed. The item is now closed. We move on to the next item.
Speaker, can we please include my suggestions? Can we acknowledge them? That we seriously need a better report next time with the relevant information as proposed.
We take note. Thank you. The item is closed. We will now move on to the next item.
Next item is item C, stroke 2, stroke 10, stroke 11, stroke 21, special adjustment budget for 2021, stroke 2022 in terms of section 28 between brackets C of the MFMA Act 56 of 2003, page 847.
Item is on page 847. Page 847. Item is now serving. Councillor Kabai.
I go with the recommendation, Speaker.
The Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we just go back up to the recommendations, please? I'm just concerned that we being asked to approve 11.2 million grant reduction and 13.8 million funded from employee-related costs. And if we go down further, there's a list of items. If we can just scroll down, please. A bit further. That's okay there. We asked to approve all these items A through to F without any detail on what it's for. The only detail we've got, which is in the agenda item that's still coming up, is around the Koweni fire electrification. And I'd like to propose that before we approve any of this, that we first get a full report to council so that we can understand what it is that we're approving, and that we in fact do the approvals correctly. So I would like to refer this back to get more information on what was done. As I say, the part A is covered in a further item in the agenda, but I'm just a bit concerned about all the other items that we don't know what they are. Thank you.
Councillor Kamkam.
I support the recommendation by the Executive Mayor. It's very concerning, like the Executive Mayor said, it's only the electrical department that submitted an extra item with an explanation as to why the adjustment is needed. Now, no report as extra information has been submitted with this council item. We have simply been given a list from 1 to 8. And then also there's a brief explanation on the financial implications, where it refers to the housing grant reduction on operating revenue and related expenditure, which is actually boggling my mind. If there was a reduction in the housing grant, I mean, we were supposed to then budget accordingly. So I don't understand how that can actually then implicate or have an effect on our operating revenue and expenditure, unless we can, like I say, get relevant information on all those items from, I want to number them. It's number 1, 2, I think number 3 is covered in the item that was submitted by the electrical department, and the Curland fire, number 2 and 3 has been covered by that. The Curland electrification, the TRA, number 4, number 5, number 6, which speaks to the temporary structures, number 7 and number 8. So on this item, it's only number 2 and number 3 that has been covered with additional submission. The other items, so I would totally support the Executive Mayor with that proposal and propose that we refer the item back and we get the sufficient information before we can justify the adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Kapai's hand was up.
Speaker, whatever that we are doing, we must take cognizance that these are service delivery issues. Now I'm going to go zoom straight on page 848 to number 7 and 8, Speaker. when you acquire as a municipality funding from the province, human settlement, you must have integrated, sustainable human settlement plans. You don't just go to the province and say, we need money to build houses. You must have a plan. And that plan must have resources. The eighth one, informal settlement upgrading plans. When you are going to plan for an informal settlement, because you will be getting money from it's not done like ancient times now. As a municipality, we write an application to the province and say we need 500 units. It's not happening like that. Go to Ebenezer. It's a plan. It was a plan that will start with services. And moreover, after that, human settlement provincial afford us money to build these units. So as a municipality, before you go and ask for money, you must have plans. So those plans are here, Speaker. And then therefore, those plans need a budget. I'm not going to talk about the ones like the ablution facilities. We cry, or let me say, because I'm representing people, communities cry day in, day out, that we are living in squalor here. We don't have ablution facility. In order for me to go to an ablution facility, I must cross the road. You want me to be robbed, you see? So the municipality is trying to go to where people's needs. You will see they are smartly on bullet points, electrification. And our people are saying, we don't have electricity. Why are you not affording as a municipality electricity? These are the budgets that were done by officials. Then therefore we need to give to the officials to deal with this. And this council wants to do something else, delaying. And those people still don't have electricity. Those people still don't have ablution facilities. Those people still need houses where we must have plans and take them to the province. Because it's not national government that gives us money, it's the province. And they are doing it in a manner that if you are not organized, you don't get those monies. And yet your people will say you are failing them. They have been staying in shacks for so many years. I want them to understand that delaying tactics are not going to solve what they are doing. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mhlana.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. I don't dispute what Councillor Kamkam is requesting in terms of report and seeing exactly what is what is requested for this money. But it is evident, I spoke to the executive mayor this morning around issues in Ward 3. It is evident that there is a need for electrification. It is evident that the issue of ablution facilities is a need. And we know that we are in COVID now, and the issue of ablution facility is a very important issue. So we must not speak for our own areas, but let's speak for the entire Plettenberg Bay as people who are governing and lawmakers. So I want us, if we are going to say on this matter, we'll wait for reports, it's going to take long, Speaker. And it's going to take long, and our people are going to suffer, and they are going to be agitated, and you know yourself what happens. Thanks, Speaker.
Yes. Councillor Manlaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to actually concur with the previous two councillors in this matter. And I must voice this out to the House, the Council at large, that scrutiny is one thing, but witch hunt is another. At all costs, we need to ensure that we are able to exercise urgency in these things. And when we speak of the ablution facilities, it's not even a matter of it's a requisite, but it actually means we are actually bringing people to the center of what humanity is. It's human dignity. And I don't mind us discussing this if we need to. However, there needs to be a level of urgency in how we do those things. We are representing people, both from impoverished and the privileged side. Let us not be arguing from a point of privilege. However, let us be cognizant of the fact that there was a thought process around this, and then we don't necessarily need to actually delay. I understand that there needs to be scrutiny in what we do. However, now I just feel in each and every item that we table now, we want to apply scrutiny and fine point. I don't feel that's due diligence. I just feel that we are over exaggerating our presence and our importance, and we are not serving the purpose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Manqaba. We would, in the following order, Councillor Kamkam and Councillor Botha.
Oh, I see all the passion in it. So wonderful. Thank you, Speaker. We must also be reminded that the financial stability of this municipality is our responsibility. And we must also be reminded that when it comes to adjustment budgets, we need to have enough good reason as to why we are doing adjustment. Now, if this was such a pressing issue, which I suppose it is, nothing stops us as a council to reconvene at another time and have a special meeting and get more information. Where are these plans? What exactly are we approving? Why is it that it is acceptable? It is acceptable for us to move money around without having the relevant information as to why we are moving the money around. If you read even onto some of these recommendations, there's even, it's even going to have an implication on our staff component. Isn't that enough consideration for us to actually reconsider and find a balance? Or are we being expected to just approve for the sake of approval? I think as a council, we have a right to request additional information. And I think it's actually shameful that the relevant departments didn't even bother to submit an explanation or bother to submit for us a report as to why the money is needed, where the money is going to be spent. You were talking about the areas. Yes, I would like to invite you to Kurl and to Zawa Zawa. You know how tired I am of money being spent on ablution facilities, but you can go to Kurl, go to the toilets there. You see there's money for toilets. No one knows who's doing what, but the monies are being spent on consultants and paying people to fix things that they never fix. So please, we've been down this road before. All we are asking is for a report. Simple, that's it. For a report, because we have got a responsibility. If those monies are being allocated, we must see to it that it is spent correctly. Thank you.
Councillor Botha.
Speaker?
No, Councillor Botha.
I think if there's one thing that we can learn from this, it's that we've had fires 2 years in a row now. Both of the times it's been an emergency. And we don't seem to have an emergency or disaster fund. And we've got to look at that in the next budgets that we do, in terms of doing that so that we can take care of our own people and not having to rely on province, so that we can timeously respond to what needs to be done, and obviously not affect the operating budget, because that's basically the request that's coming in here. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can, on this matter, councillors, it is that we, as the electorate of the day, as councillors, we have a responsibility to serve our people. Pollution facilities, electrification, it is matters of huge concern in the whole of Plettenberg Bay, where it is needed to be implemented. So if I can just make an example, when the fire comes, It doesn't just take the shack, or it doesn't just take the road. It takes the ablution facility together. In all the areas mentioned here today, it is that these are needy. But we say, let's just not put our hands in, take out money, do it. Let's act in a responsible manner. Let's produce, let's state the fact behind what we ask around. We're selling an idea that this government doesn't want to do that government doesn't want to do that. But we're not selling an idea to say, this is what has been asked. To go to back what Councillor Kabaya said, when applications has been done, proper planning is being done together with it. But do we have that proof that the proper planning was submitted around these issues raised? Have we done it in a manner so? Because if we had did it, we wouldn't have sat here today, argue about this matter if we had all the proper information. That's why we say it is needed that is in front of us. But can we go and look into, do we have all relevant information around what has been asked from us as council? Is it there for us? Because if it was here today, we wouldn't have argued about. We would have come to conclusion to deliver to our people. Because that's what our people is expecting from us. But here we are sitting arguing over, yes, this and this and this and that. But we're not telling our people the relevant information is not out there. Can we do as councillors, lead and inform our communities that we have not submitted the relevant information? Therefore, that's my part on it. For any clarification on what has been raised, I think this matter has been debated. Councillors can just raise for clarity matters. Please, can we acknowledge that what transpired here around the item? Clarification matters only. Councillor Mshana.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. As I've said it, I don't know why Councillor Kamkam is so emotional about this issue and decide to point one on a list of issues. Now, I'm saying, Speaker, I don't dispute that we need the relevant, the backing documentation for what is requested. What I'm saying is that as a councillor of Ward 3, specifically Kolweni and Boseshev, it is evident that there was a disaster, there were fires there, and people are suffering. They do not have electricity boxes. I'm saying in Kolweni, same as in Zawazawa, I know Zawazawa, I go to Zawazawa. In fact, I go all over. So she must not raise Zawazawa as if I stay in a suburb. I know Zawazawa. So let's take cognizance of these matters as a matter of urgency. That's what I'm raising. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlana. Councillor Kabai.
Speaker, one question that we must ask ourselves: why is this item here now, whereas these things happened previously? It's because the council was not sitting and people suffered. Now, I'm very worried again, Speaker, that these committees have not yet been formed, because in those committees you sit with administration. They tell you as a councillor the nitty-gritties of that particular department on how they are planning. You come to council, you are well vested of that information. It's, for that matter, officials might not even speak in council. It will be us who are speaking because we are well informed. It's so unfortunate that these councillors are not informed. And yet there is still one person who's talking about a report and scrutinizing, whereas the evidence is there that people lost their shacks. There is no electricity. Engineering department cannot just go there and put electricity. It's the responsibility of council. We must, because we're talking about finances here. That is why it has came now. Then it's fine if you want to delay and people suffer out there, then you go back and talk lies to people, then it's your baby. But why we are here, and moreover, when we went out there seeking votes for people, we were talking about service delivery. And now we come in this council and talk about scrutiny. You scrutinize something that you are seeing on paper, black and white. And moreover, Speaker, that is wrong. We are councillors here. You can't be told about you are passionate about what you are saying. It's passion. That is wrong. That is wrong. That must not be said. This is not Hollywood. This is council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor, your hand was up.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like some clarity from the administration, because from what I understand, a lot of this has actually already been done. The electrification has been done. This is just approving the adjustment budget. And I think before we allocate correctly, we need to know exactly what was done, and that's why we're asking for the report. So, as far as I remember, the Koweni fire, the electrification has been restored. Kurland, so most of these items have been done. It's not as if we're going to be denying services. The services have been provided already. It's just the formalization of the budget.
Thank you, the Executive Mayor. So, was your hand up, Councillor Mangabe?
Speaker, thank you. I was ready to actually be chilled and be quiet about all of this because we are moving back and forth. However, I think now I'm triggered by what the executive mayor is saying, because now he's saying for formality's sake. So must people suffer and wait for formality's sake?
No.
Clarity, Speaker. Clarity.
You said
clarity.
I would allow one clarity matter now. Yeah. Councillor Mangaba, if you're not done.
No, because ideally, sense of urgency is everything.
Councillors, can we respect, please? Can we show some respect?
Please. And this comes from people who've been here for 10 years. Yeah. I wonder what they've been learning all this time. Anywho, this is a burning issue. And my worry is if we keep postponing it, we say to our people, yes, we understand this is a need, but it's not a need enough. And I don't think that's essentially why we're here. Thank you, Speaker.
Clarity.
Your hand was up. Clarity matter. Only then we will move.
Yeah. Executive Mayor, you say that this is just a formality. Just want to ask for clarity, Speaker. Have the new houses in Kolweni been electrified already? They are not finished electric.
So they must be electrified after finished.
Can we get? We have an indication from the director. He would like to respond, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Like the Executive Mayor had said, some of these stuff are done, especially the fire stuff. But what the CFO had done to get the funding is to use our existing vote. So we have a maintenance vote, but he says since this is not approved yet, let's use that in anticipation of this being approved, and I'll recap you, or refund you sort of, and then you can carry on with maintenance. So that is done. But the Kurland electrification one is for the TRA councillor that there's a tender being approved now for the work there, the civils and this, and then also the electrical Kolweni is also not funded for. So those are waiting for this item to be approved.
Thank you. Councillors, we would like to recognize the CFO who's on virtual. CFO is on virtual. You would like to respond as well?
Thank you, Speaker.
Continue, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. I've noted the item that has been presented. I'm sorry for not, was having a pre-scheduled meeting with the provincial treasurer. They are here. I'm multitasking now. I'm responding to them. I'm also participating in this meeting. The items that were presented for Kolweni fire, as it has been it's restoration of electricity after the fires has been galvanized, the Kolweni and also the Kurland. And for Kolweni electrification, since they take over of the project by the province, and now the project is ready for implementation. And then what will be the outcome for those people to take to occupy those houses? It will be the issue of electricity. Hence, there was a need by the executive mayor to request that we do the special adjustments. So take care.
Sorry, CFO, sorry. Your line is breaking. It's not clear. Can you please volume up and then speak clearly, please? Thank you.
Okay, what I'm trying to say, are you able to, Jessica, can you switch off? Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes. Jessica, can you switch off? Yes. What I'm trying to say, the issues that were highlighted, it was for restoration, the colony restoration, Kurland electrification restoration after the fire burned down. This was done according to the MFMA, where the executive mayor got the powers in a case of emergency. He can request that special adjustment, and then the first sitting of the council meeting report those ones. Hence, there was this issue that was requested. Most 7 and 8 was not approved because it was not part of the emergency, but it was necessary for us to access funding. But other issues that were relating to service delivery were approved. And then hence there was that moratorium that says that we need to stop the appointment for new positions that were parted for this financial year. I think that was the main issue. But more details will be coming for who's having which who are those beneficiaries that are getting the new electrification will come from the department. The ablution facility that was necessary for people to able for them to do, because since the function of sanitation is our function, was necessitated by that. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor Kamkam, I see your hand was up. Then Councillor Kolwapi.
Sorry, I just need clarity on the, that actually makes sense what the CFO is saying. But I need a clarity on the current electrification, specifically the TRA. So you are saying that it has been approved now, the project. There was an appeal that was lodged. Appeal was lodged by members of the community against the decision to have a TRA, and the 21-day period lapsed for that appeal, and I don't recall that they were informed about the municipality's decision unless the previous acting mayor used his delegated powers and signed the project off. So there has been no public participation in between lodging the appeal. I just want to place it on record, Speaker. There has been no public participation between lodging the appeal and approving the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Kolwapi, your hand was up.
My hand was up with the concern that we seem to be moving around in circles, but the getting in of Mr. Roda, it was one of the things I think that assisted us to think logically into this, because we are being held up by the case of mistrust between these two, between us as a council. Yeah, because, please, can I be respect the speaker, please? Reasons is that there are always those that they didn't come to the council, things were held up. Again, there are those that were involved in things of a affidavit that has been flying here that has caused some other even officials to be suspended. Definitely there is an element of mistrust between the council. Hence things will pop up. My take is to say, I think even Michelle, Councillor Botha brought a very brilliant thing that for us to avoid these kind of things, let's budget for the disasters. We know that we're in a town that is always being attacked by disasters, whether by means of weather, that is like these cyclonic conditions, or by means of fires or means of whatever. We need to have things like this of a disaster so that most of the time we should not come now and sit here and instead of spending, bringing the issue that the service to the people has not been done as if the money we just go and pick up somewhere. We can't act as if money just to go and pick up somewhere because people need to be served. We need to budget for those things. In order, if we need to go and pick up somewhere, we can go and pick up somewhere because we did have it in reserves. So for me, I would say, let's trust what Mr. Roda says and what even the Executive Councillor said. And I think even the CFO alluded to that, that these things are on a progress. They are continuing in progress. But for even cases of Councillor Kamkam that she wants to know the things, she's got a right to know them. How about the officials, the administrators, to circulate a brief and very detailed report about these things so that as we are here, we'll take a recommendation, but also we know that there will be detailed report that moves around, that also take us into confidence that what are we voting here? Because remember in the council, it's not a matter of that, it's voting. The fact that we're present here will be part of the decision that is being taken here. So how about we get the report so that all of us will move with the same understanding and understanding the fact that people need to be served, and also this whole mistrust thing, it should not hold the service of people. And also this mistrust, it should not be a getaway of stopping things and also a getaway of hitting each other. Let's get a proper report. It's one of the things for accountability. Please, guys.
Thank you, Councillor.
I've requested for clarity before.
I wanted to.
Okay.
The Executive Mayor, there was a point of clarity from Mr. Mhlana, and please take note, there was a proposal to get all relevant documents. We will conclude on that. Councillor Mhlana's clarity, please.
Sorry, can you just repeat that, Councillor?
Executive Mayor, no, I wanted to find out if you are saying that these items, some of them or most of them have been implemented already. So I wanted to find out, have the new houses that are being built in Kolweni already electrified?
They've presently been built, so I don't presume they've already been electrified, but I will make sure that there's no delay in the electrification. I will speak to the CFO about it.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlana. We then move on to the proposal from the Executive Mayor that we require more information around this item. Proposal is from the Executive Mayor. Councillor Busakwe.
Second, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Busakwe. Thank you. Item closed. We move on to the next item.
Item C/2/11/11/21, status of municipal financial position for quarter ending 30 June 2021, page 852.
Item now serving, page 852. Councillor.
I go with the recommendation.
Councillor Mangaba.
I second that.
Seconded by Councillor Mangaba, proposed by Councillor Kabai.
Moving to item C/2/12/11/21, outstanding debt report for July 2021, page 878.
We are on the page 878. Page 878, outstanding debt report, July 2021. Now serving. Councillor Kabai, your hand was up.
I go with the recommendations.
Proposal by Councillor Kabai. Councillor Nyal.
I second, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Nyal. Item closed. Next item.
Item C, stroke 2, stroke 13, stroke 11, stroke 21, section 71, report for the month 31st August 2021, page 890.
Page 890. Report for the month 31st August 2021, section 71. Now serving. Councillor Nyal.
Go with the recommendation, Speaker.
Seconded by
Second, Speaker.
Councillor Kabai.
If I can propose most of the time, if I raise the hand first, you are not doing a favor by picking me up.
No, your hand.
Councillor Nell raised his hand after me.
No, in most instances, your hand is
Every time
fairly.
up first.
Fairly. In most instances, it is fairly.
Speaker,
I have my view on the floor. Thank you. We therefore have closed the order. We have closed section 2 under finance. Let's get it. Are we all done with all items there? We then move on to section 3, corporate service.
First item, item C, stroke 3, stroke 11, stroke 11, stroke 21, customer care section, customer care survey report, June 2021, page 912.
Page 912. You would find the item on page 912 now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Kabai is still taking too long now, so I'm jumping in front of him. I propose that we go with the recommendation, Speaker.
Proposal by Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Ndai, your hand was up.
I seconded Councillor Kamkam, Speaker.
We have a order. Councillors, we have a proposer and a seconder.
Just to chip in,
We're going to close this item.
before you close it, just to emphasize, but in the
Councillor,
customer
it's
care
fine. We
survey.
will close this item now. Thank you. Can we move on?
Aibo, can I chip in something before you move on? Just a point of
There
concern.
was a seconder. There was a seconder, Councillor. Thank you.
Speaker, please
I will
don't
allow
do
you.
those
I will
things.
allow you. Next time. Thank you. Item closed. Next item.
Item C, stroke 3, stroke 12, stroke 11, stroke 21, approval of HR human resource management policies, new and revised, page 917, and the annexes or the policies were circulated separately.
Item serving.
Speaker, as much as these policies were circulated, I have a concern because we didn't have much time to look at the policies. Now we're expected to approve them. So I would suggest that these policies also go to what we have proposed on the workshop. We get to be workshopped on them. We understand them before.
Councillor Mhlana. The Executive Mayor's hand was up.
Thank you, Speaker. I support what the Councillor said. And also what I'd like to propose is where changes have been made, that the changes are highlighted, that we know where changes are, because to go through the whole policy just to check a change is time consuming. So, and not only with our policies, whenever we're doing documents where there are changes, it would help if the changes are noted, that we know what has been changed. But I support the Councillor's proposal.
Proposal was by Councillor Mhlana, seconded by the Executive Mayor. Item closed. We now move on. Next item.
Item C, stroke 3, stroke 13, stroke 11, stroke 21, quarterly report human resource management for the period 1 July 2021 to 30 September 2021, page 920.
Councillors, we are on page 920. Item now serving. The Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to go with the recommendation. However, I think we need to note the areas of underperformance in terms of where we need to be filling posts in certain categories. I don't think we're following the employment equity guidelines as well as what we should be. And I think we need to just ensure that we try and get in line with the proposals on the equity employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mhlana?
Yeah, I support the Executive Mayor.
Proposer is the Executive Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mhlana. Item closed. We move on to the next item.
Item C, stroke 3, stroke 14, stroke 11, stroke 21, Municipal Council recess and delegation to Executive Mayor during the period December 2021 to January 2022, page 935.
Item now serving, page 935. Page 935. The item is serving.
Speaker, we must be led by the Executive Mayor because it's recess. You see, it's recess and we must give him powers. So he can't be quiet because we don't know as an executive what schedule do they have as from today moving forward. Unless he wants us to take over.
Let's continue. Executive Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. Well, we've got a council meeting on the 17th of December that's scheduled, and we won't be able to have it before then because next week all councillors are busy in SALGA training. So the recess can only be after the 17th of December. I'm not too sure what the recess period normally is. If I remember correctly, it's usually around about the first week. So my suggestion then would be after the 17th and to come back the first week of January. I'm not sure if that falls in line with what the normal recess period is for council.
Director. Councillor Kabai?
Speaker, now my question is, as from the 1st of December to the 10th of December, what are we doing? So that we must be all on par. I know about the induction. When is the induction starting? When is it ending? You see? So I just want clarity.
The Executive Mayor?
From the 1st of December to the 17th, we'll be conducting business as usual. I don't understand your question, what we must be doing.
Speaker, as council, we give powers to the Executive Mayor, believing in the municipal manager to run the business of council. Ours is to attend, let me be straightforward, is to attend the induction. Immediately after the induction, what are we then going to do? Must we wait for the 17th for the council meeting? Because we would have given already the powers to the Executive Mayor. I propose, Speaker, that we draw back that 17 to a suitable date early in December after the induction. The business of the day will be done by him. Why does he want us to be here? till the 17th. It's his powers. We will be giving him powers.
Are you scared?
He's scared.
There's a proposer by Councillor Tapai. Councillor Nel.
Speaker, I think we need to think this thing through quite a lot more. There is a lot that needs to be done. There is a new acting municipal manager which is coming in. There is a lot of business which is under discussion. This is an abnormal situation. If it were a normal year where the election had taken place a long time ago, we could have been looking at a normal early recess. But given the situation that we have now, and that there would, in all probability and all likelihood, be council meetings, and in particular, special council meetings for certain items that have to be completed, I believe that we need to hold back on recess. I want to propose, and I would like to discuss this with the executive mayor, but I would like to propose that we do it at least up until the 19th of I'm sorry, I just want to check the dates quickly.
Speaker.
17th is too early. I would suggest, Speaker, that we actually look at going to the 20th.
Speaker.
Given the abnormal circumstances, these are absolutely abnormal circumstances that we have presently. We had the election a couple of days ago, effectively. There is a lot to be done and a lot of things that we need to organize, including introducing and orientating a new municipal manager who is to run this operation for the administration.
Speaker, through you.
Councillor Mhlana.
The Speaker, I know this thing of the whip is new, but I think that the whip has a responsibility to consult with the chief whip of the main opposition party on issues such as this. Now he's talking about things that we are not even aware of.
And that's waffle, excuse me. He's waffling and it's a load of nonsense. We will discuss, and this is an item that came up now. There was no time to discuss this. It's not waffle, please.
Mr. Mhlana.
No, but is that an order now?
Can we respect?
Why would you say I'm waffling? No, but can you call him into order, Speaker?
Councillor Nel, it is an inappropriate language. Can we please address in language suitable for council, please?
Speaker, I withdraw the word waffle.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mhlana. The executive mayor's hand was up before, Councillor Mann. It was up before.
Thank you, Speaker. I have no problem with us going into recess earlier. I have no problem with getting the delegated powers before that. I just thought council would want to be participative in things. But if we want to suggest an earlier date, I'm open to suggestions on that from Councillor Gabai.
Councillor Gabai.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there is an executive here. There's an executive. And moreover, it's not our job. We will deal with the illegal municipal manager in council. Let's park that. But we're talking about the recess here. Thank you, Executive Mayor. And I believe then we must draw back that date to a closer date, because immediately after induction, we must have that council meeting so as to give over to the calendar.
Excuse me.
We want to propose the date, the exact date. The 14th of December. Yeah, we are giving direction now. Because we've got issues, serious issues that we must tackle. We are not staying in farm.
You want to go
we
on
don't have
holiday?
farm.
Councillor Kamkam, your hand was up. Based on
Thank you, Speaker. The Councillor Kabai did allude to the fact that the executive mayor has got delegated powers, and we must be led by the executive mayor in this regard. However, I would therefore propose second his first proposal. Also based on the fact that we have just withdrawn various items that needs to be workshopped. We have sat in a council meeting last week where people complained about there's new councillors, we are overloading councillors with information. So we might as well make use of their time to orientate councillors properly, workshop some of the policies that we are going to withdraw from this particular council meeting properly. So that when we come back in the new year, that we don't sit with issues that we need to backdate. So all of us would like to go on holiday. But I would propose that we go with the first recommendation from the executive mayor on those dates. Like we said, the last council meeting is on the 17th. So I think you proposed the 19th. Is that correct? The 17th is the date for us to go on recess. And I also think that it's not my prerogative, but I would suggest and I would propose that we also look at our outstanding matters such as the policies and that we need to workshop especially for the orientation of the new councillors. Thank you.
Councillor Ndai, before I also would like to say something.
Yes, Speaker, I will also second that what the mayor was saying, because as councillors that were saying the mayor must lead on the recess, and the mayor did say the last meeting is going to be the 17th. Then after the 17th, it means that after the 18th till the 10th is the recess. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I would just like to say something here. We debated around it, and the executive mayor has indicated that Councillor Kabai lead us in this matter. So there was a proposal that we looked around, we put heads together around a date. So I just need to make sure from the executive mayor if he would still continue or would like to make use of the assistance of the executive mayor as he has stated. Let's just get clarity on that, please. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. The reason for the date of the 17th for the council meeting is that we're anticipating the annual report on the 15th, and that we'd be able to serve at the meeting on the 17th. And that is why we want to keep that as a meeting. And I don't see any point in going into recess before then and then coming back for a council meeting. And that is why I proposed the 17th as being the last date for council, and to go into recess from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a proposal for the 17th of December by the executive mayor, seconded by Councillor Ndai, if I'm correct. Yes. Thank you. Item closed. Move on to the next item.
Mr. Speaker, sorry.
Order.
We can just go back to the next item. It's from the 17th of December till which day in January? The 10th. Okay.
17th till the 10th. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is item C/3/15/11/21, schedule of meetings for councillors for 2022 for portfolio committees, mayoral committee and council, page 937.
Page 937, item now serving. Councillor Kabai.
I go with the recommendation.
Proposer, Councillor Kabai.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Mhlana. Item closed. Next item.
Item C/3/16/11/21, establishment of portfolio committees, between brackets, section 80 committees, page 941.
Thank you. We are on page 941. Item now serving.
Okay, there were some recommendations. I did ask some questions as to any preferences that people might have on serving on any of the committees to try and allow people to serve where they feel they have an interest and they would like to help. On the engineering services and community services portfolio, I only got one person that was willing to serve on that committee, is Councillor Tembela there. I don't know if anyone else is interested, or do you just want me to appoint who should serve on the committees? I'd like to try and have people serving and helping where they feel they have an interest.
Councillor Mhlana?
Speaker, I think Executive Mayor, use your prerogative and appoint councillors if they have not responded to your request.
Thank you. I'm going to go with that suggestion. Are councillors okay if I sit down and do this and then include it in the minutes?
Speaker,
Councillor Kabai?
we are shown there on the chart very clearly. The question that I asked earlier is that we don't know how the mayoral committee is constituted. Because if you see there, engineering services, the chairperson must be a member of a mayoral committee and other councillors follow. The executive mayor can't, unless he wants Councillor Mkala to be in the mayoral committee, we will gladly accept.
Councillor Nyal, your hand was up.
Speaker, yes, thank you. Speaker, regretfully, I have to tell you that Councillor Kabaya is quite right. That it is impossible to actually do this announcement until the mayoral committee is not finally in place. Therefore, I think there is going to be a need for the executive mayor to have time to appoint his mayoral committee, and there are certain preconditions which he must comply to. It places the executive mayor in a very difficult position right now. He wants to appoint his mayoral committee, but there are things that he has to comply to. And I think he needs a bit of time, and I would suggest at this stage, Speaker, that we break for a short while to give the mayor time to see what he can do in the short space of time that he has available to him.
Speaker, didn't the coalition decide on who's going to be on the MACO?
Speaker?
Councillor Kabai?
Speaker, we can't be held at ransom here. It's the DA side, especially the executive mayor, it's his powers to appoint a mayoral committee members. Immediately we come to this item, we are told who are the mayoral committee members who are going to fit in those departments. Now it has not happened. Then I will propose that we park this item for the next council meeting, because they haven't yet decided about the mayoral committee members. Please speak. Because Councillor Nell is saying the executive mayor must make up his mind.
Poor DA.
Because if I was going to say something else,
Poor ANC.
there are 3 females here, female councillors, who are supposed to be given those positions. Why are they not given?
Shame.
It's been too long. When it was on the 18th of November,
18th of November.
electing the
Are you having a
executive.
dialogue?
Order. Councillors. Councillor Nyal, your hand was up.
Too much time, and
Can we respect one another, councillors?
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, let's not let this descend into mockery and jokes. This is a serious matter. Speaker, there is always a special council meeting that can be called. There are certain restrictions and difficulties that the executive mayor faces in making this decision. It is not a matter of announcing it right now. He has to do certain things which unfortunately is required. if there is a proposal, we could actually call a special council meeting at a
I think that's what Councillor Kabai proposed, that we move this item.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is I'm supporting him. I'm just not suggesting that we do it to a later date in the distant future. I believe it's an urgent matter, and therefore I want to place on record that I suggest that we actually call a special council meeting as soon as practically possible, even if it needs us to come to council tomorrow. It's been done before, and it can be done. It can be done on Sunday as well.
Yeah? Sorry, Speaker.
Councillor Kolwapi, then we move on.
I think Chief would mention something about it. There's a certain compliances that needs to be looked at when Mako is being elected. Can we be afforded that knowledge so that when they start to elect each other, so that we can compare the apples with the pear of whatever he was mentioning? Because we need to know these things. We need to understand why a certain person is elected or why is she can't.
No. I think that is, councillors, I would like that we go on the proposal for Councillor Kabai, seconded by Councillor Nel.
Sorry, Speaker.
What is this?
Speaker,
can I just please request your indulgence for a second? I think we just need a moment of clarity.
So we're going to fight.
I do not think that Councillor Kabai and my suggestions coincide 100%. My proposal is that we actually call a special council meeting as soon as we practically can to address this matter. While it is at the moment in limbo, it might change within the next hour or two.
Yeah?
So it might even be possible to actually make a decision later today. Therefore, I'm proposing that we don't drag this thing out, Speaker. I'm proposing that we remain practical and we remain realistic. That we do this as soon as it is practically possible.
Councillor Botha, your hand was...
I think you don't...
Sorry,
Order, councillors, can you respect, please?
I think what Councillor Kawapi is requesting, the information that she's requesting, to our knowledge, as being new on this council, what is prohibiting the executive mayor from announcing? Is it an administrative thing of the admin operations of the administration, or is it coming from yourselves, being the majority in council, with regards to the DA? I think that is where we are asking for clarity.
Councillor Kamkam. Councillors. Sorry, Councillor Kamkam, just hold on for me. Sorry, I must admit that Councillor Mslana was before you. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. If we are postponing this matter, it means there is another matter that we have postponed earlier, waited for this. So I don't know. Maybe Omnel can request. Maybe Omnel can request for a caucus, so that they caucus this matter and come back and take us.
Councillor Mslana, can I remind you that you address the councillor in a please? You will have time to call him outside, but for now, can you address him, please?
Okay.
As long as I can call him fine, it's fine.
Councillors, I would like to conclude on this matter, please.
Yeah.
Something that fears me.
Because
Councillor Kolwapi.
Because Councillor Kamkam has shown that she can be a mayoral committee member. Please consider.
Councillor Kamkam.
I think, Speaker, there was a proposal and it was seconded. And I don't think there's no need to explain to anyone. It's on. My mic is on. There's no need to explain to anyone why. When the executive mayor is ready, he can announce his mayoral committee. I think there was a proposal and there was a seconder. So as far as I'm concerned, this item is closed. Thank you.
That's what I suggest we move on from this item. Do we have the proposal and the second in the record? No. Sorry?
Speaker, may I just ask?
Wait, just hold on. Just like to... Is the administration raising something?
No,
Order. Hello, councillors. Just hold on. Just hold on. Ms. Wilderman?
sorry, Mr. Speaker, there was two proposals. We would like you to conclude whether it will be a special council meeting to convene the this on this item, and then also on who was the proposal and the second.
Councillor Nell?
Speaker, can I just try to rephrase again what I said earlier? It is an item which can be possibly even decided on today. Therefore, I want to rephrase the proposal and suggest that we postpone this item until the last item on the agenda. And perhaps at that point, Councillor, the Executive Mayor might be in a position to actually elect his executive at that point. There is urgency. Those councillors are correct. There is urgency. There's a lot of items that are depending on this item. There's a lot of stuff that is required to be done. Therefore, I do not say that it's not urgent. But what I do, I support the Mayor in the sense that I know that there is certain things that he has to comply to, which he must do. And therefore, I'm asking that this council, in a sense of fairness and maturity, just let's hold on. Perhaps later during the course of today, we might even be able to finish this item without having to postpone it, without having to call special council meetings or further meetings later in December. For that reason, I would like to ask if we just move this matter back on the agenda to the last item, or perhaps even earlier. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor Kabai?
Speaker, you will see there's a political play here by the DA, and they must take a decision, but they haven't yet received that instruction, and it is holding everything in council. That is why I agreed that let's park the item, because they are still waiting for maybe a WhatsApp or a call that you must then take these two councillors. You see? So what I'm trying to say, I agree with Councillor Nell. Let's move on.
We have a proposal from Councillor Nell, seconded by Councillor Kabai.
And thank you for the Hollywood time, Councillor Kabai.
Thank you. Do we have that? Proposed by Councillor Nell, seconded by Councillor Kabai. Item closed. We move on.
Item C/3/17/11/11/21, nomination of political representative to the Provincial Salga Women's Commission, page 949.
Item is on page 949, now serving. Councillor Kabai, your hand is up.
I propose Councillor Bota.
There's a proposal for Councillor Bota. Councillor's hand was up before you, Councillor Msana. You were pressing your ting, but it's not. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. I propose Councillor Ndai.
There's a counter for Councillor Ndai, which leaves us. Councillor Kabai.
Speaker, I proposed Councillor Bota. Then therefore, I thought we were going to finish first Councillor Bota. You see, because there are two spaces here. Let's agree then. If they are saying they want Councillor Ndai, then we'll put Councillor Bota and finish. Simple.
Guys, can we do as per the business, please?
I second the name of Councillor Bota.
Councillor Wolafir.
I propose Councillor Ndai as the person to represent, and I propose Councillor Bota as a secundi.
There's a Councillor Kabai.
Supported.
So therefore, we move Councillor Ndai as the representative and Councillor Bota as the secundi. Are we all in agreement, councillors?
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Item closed. Next item.
Item C, stroke 3, stroke 18, stroke 11, stroke 21, public participation section, establishment of ward committees for the 5-year term, period 2021 to 2026, page 950.
Councillors, can I just raise something here? With the new amendment rules, we refer to the 90 days. If you can, in the Structures Act, it's now 120 days. If we can just correct that, please. It's the new law from 1st November, it's 120 days and no longer 90 days. Yes. Councillor Tabai?
Take note of the item.
Councillor Kamkam?
I will gladly propose and second Councillor Kabai's noting.
Councillor Tabai, posed and seconded by Councillor Kamkam. Thank you. Item closed.
Item C, stroke 3, stroke 19, stroke 11, stroke 21, election of councillor to serve on the local labour forum, between brackets LLF, page 1018.
Thank you. Item is now serving. The Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to propose Councillor Ulafir.
Can hear you?
I'd like to propose Councillor Ulafir.
There's a proposal for Councillor Ulafir. Councillor Koloape, I see your hand was up.
I was proposing that all the small party, all these organizations that are in the council to serve in that committee, the PA, the IPM, the ANC, the DA, the AUF, so that we should always be alert of the things of labor issues that make us to be divided. Hence, I would say, if there's a way, if let's say you were saying 3, we can make a way of saying maybe 5, because we've got a different type of a council now, that all of our people need to be represented because we are representing our communities. So in that way, I'm saying, can all the organization be represented in that committee, if it can be taken like that? Thank you.
Unfortunately, there's a recommendation by the municipal manager on the item that council elect 3 councillors to represent the employer component on the local labor forum. So we either move for the recommendation. Councillor Kamkam?
I would like to also propose Councillor Ndai.
Councillor Kabai?
Speaker, the constituted council is not like the same. Now, we don't know whether it's cut in stone, the 3 councillors that must be in the local labor forum. If then we are fair and we need more representation there, we will be allowing these parties to be one to be there. I don't want to be rude, Speaker, but if I'm on the floor, you must protect me.
Councillor,
well, if you are not going to protect me, I will deal with her.
I got that, but I can't protect while it was. Councillor Kamkam, can we, councillors, I've seen this tendency of moving, throwing stones at one another this whole time. It's in a good, sensible way, it's understandable, but sometimes when a councillor is addressing the floor, can we please respect and show the necessary respect, please? Thank you. Councillor Tabai, if you're not concluded, you can continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Because it says 3 councillors must be elected by council, but the representation now what I don't know, I need to be clarified. Is there a saying that it must be only 3? Thank you.
Can we just give to the director for clarification?
Thank you, Speaker. It is clear on the item that from the employer component, we need 8, 3 councillors and 5 officials.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor's hand was up.
Thank you, Speaker. To try and get as much representation as possible then, I'd like to go with my initial recommendation of Councillor Udafir and then Councillor Kowapi and Councillor Botha, and maybe then find out if it would be possible to add another councillor or 2 onto it to try and make it representable. But for now, seeing that we can only elect 3, that's my proposal for the 3.
There's a proposal. Councillor Nel.
Speaker, may I just, for the sake of completeness, just put down an argument which I ask all councillors to listen to. There are 3 positions available, and there's not more. The other positions go to the administration. The logical thing, in the interest of this town, is that the ward councillors that hold ward seats be those people, that we select amongst those people, that it be the ward councillors to do that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nel. Councillor Kabayo, hand was up.
Speaker, I was going to come with another suggestion also. Again, we're forgetting that we have already elected other councillors and they are serving in other committees. Aren't we brewing up a commotion where there will be a clash of meetings and yet the other committee suffers? We must spread the representation. If we know that you have been already elected in a certain committee, then you don't go to another committee that is going to need you physically. Because I understand that in a local labor forum meeting, unions cry foul when the executive and administration are not there, as if they are not taken serious in their issues. So I would like that we craft this committee in a manner that labor is going to accept and work with us in a manner that is going, because they will disrupt this town. They've got powers to do so if we're not taking them serious. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Councillor Kabai have got this tendency. He makes a point, but he's not making a suggestion. It is clear that a council may or must elect. If you've got a proposal, just propose the names. That's it. With all due respect, just propose the names instead of us sitting and listening for 20 minutes. Just propose the name. Propose the deputy, the mayor, executive mayor made a proposal. I mean, now we're debating still. Are we going to accept that proposal or not? Can we stick to proposals, please?
Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't get the sudden heart palpitations from the the councillor. People need to understand that this day is actually scheduled for this. We are not rushing anywhere. And I think I concur with what my councillor over here is saying. There needs to be a thought process around who we decide to be part of a certain committee, so that commitment does not clash. I don't get the sudden heart palpitations now. We are not rushing anywhere. If we must deliberate to get to a point where we actually make a meaningful decision, by all means.
Now, Councillor Mhlana's hand was Councillor Mhlana.
Thanks, Speaker. I want to support the proposal by Councillor Nel, and I also want to propose the name of Councillor Mangaba to serve in that committee with Councillor Oliver, and I don't know the third person.
I must give 3, Councillor. Must give 3.
And Councillor said.
We have councillors. We have Councillor Olivier, Councillor Kolwapi, and Councillor Botha. And then we have Councillor Mngaba, Councillor Olivier, and Councillor Seti. Do we move with Councillor Mngaba, Councillor Olivier, and Councillor Seti? Councillor Nel?
I would support the proposal, Speaker.
Proposal from Councillor Mhlana is Councillor Mngaba, Councillor Olivier, and Councillor Seti. Seconded by Councillor Nel. Thank you, councillors. We then close this item and then move on to the next item. Sorry.
Sorry, Speaker, we've nominated 3 councillors in terms of point 1, point 2. We now need to appoint a chairperson and a deputy chairperson.
My apology there. Thank you, Ms. Waldeman. On the Councillor Mngaba, Councillor Olivier, and Councillor Seti. Councillor Kabai?
Councillor Olivier as the chairperson and the deputy chairperson, Councillor Mngaba.
Proposal for Councillor Olivier as chair and deputy Councillor Mngaba. Councillor Mhlana?
Supported. Ngaba bazogqotha abantu kakade.
Seconded by Councillor Mhlana.
Speaker, I didn't hear what you were saying. Councillor Mhlana.
No, I'm saying, Speaker, I support Councillor Oliver. It's them that are going to fire people anyway.
Thank you. So we have the chairperson as Councillor Olivier, deputy chairperson as Councillor Mngaba. Thank you.
Point number 3 also, sir.
That council made portfolio councillor to represent employer component on the subcommittees of local labour forum accordingly. Point 3 on the recommendations of the municipal manager. Sorry, Ms. Alderman.
Can I propose that we take off 3 since the portfolio councillors are not yet appointed, sir?
We then also
deal with that one in terms of the referred item. We mentioned it as part of the portfolio item, sir.
Thank you. It is therefore that we move point 3. Are we in agreement, councillors? Thank you. We will then move on to the next item, with section 4, community service. Section 4, community service. Item C, stroke 4, stroke 01, stroke 11, stroke 21, if I'm correct. Thank you. The report on Kolweni Bossishof informal settlement, May 2021, fire disaster incidents on page 1021. Item serving. Councillor Nel.
Thank you, Speaker. I suggest that we take note of this historical report.
Take note by Councillor Nel. Councillor Kamkam, your hand is up.
I support that, Speaker, and this is a classical example of our debate earlier. That actually here the department has made an effort to submit to us the relevant information as to why the adjustment in the previous item is needed. So I would go with that proposal of Councillor Nel.
Thank you, Councillor Kamkam. Proposed by Councillor Nel, seconded by Councillor Kamkam, that we take note of this item. Thank you. Item closed. Director.
Thank you, Speaker. We need to get council input on item number 3 and 4 of the recommendations.
On page 1026, if I'm correct. Page 1026. Yes, recommended by the acting executive mayor. However, so there was a recommendation. Councillor Kamkam, your hand was up.
Sorry, I'm just a bit confused now. Can the director just repeat herself?
Thank you very much, Speaker. We need council resolution on all those 4 recommendations. So far, council has only talked on recommendation number 2.
Recommendation number 3. Number 2. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So I was under the impression if we go with the item, we support all the recommendations. However, now that we're on top of it, I was actually wondering what exactly that C/4/102/07/21 is that we're rescinding, but it doesn't really probably matter because we're rescinding the decision. I supported it on that basis with all the recommendations. Councillor Nyal, did you mean otherwise?
This item overlaps, if I may speak.
Councillors, can we just speak through? Wait until I recognize Councillor Nyal. Continue.
This item overlaps with the previous item which we parked. The item about which the whole argument went, Speaker, about the expenditure that needs to be approved for the Kolweni and the electrification projects, etc. This item overlaps with that. And this item is linked to that item. And therefore, I think what we are saying is we require the information to make that decision.
Thank you, Councillor Nyal. Director, you covered?
It's still not clear with me. For record purposes, we need to be clear on those 4 recommendations.
Councillor Botha?
Yeah, I think we need to see site of C/4/102/07/21. It's not part of our information pack, so therefore we don't know what we're rescinding, and then we don't know how that has been affected by what is then proposed in points 3 and point 4. So I think if we can, as Councillor Null suggests, that we roll that into one, that we look at both together at a later date once we all have the information that we've requested.
Thank you. Councillor Koloap, your hand was up.
But I'm here for correction. This is exactly these things we're concerned about, that we will want to recommend things from those things that we're saying, the expenditure that we're not aware of and whatever. All of us were feeling that we need to get a proper report. Was those things already, they were being in progress, they were in progress, as per what the director said, the acting director, Mr. Roda, and the financial person and all, and even the executive mayor alluded to that these whole concerns of those disasters in these areas, but the budget is still there, things are being done. It's the same breath that I'm saying, if then we've got this proper report that we can get here in front of us, that we're always having concern of, what makes us not to take this recommendation? Because they are the disaster that all of us we saw. And it is so explicit, this report. It even gives the name of the people that were affected. Everything, the people that came in and also assisted in that disaster. The whole proper report is here. What makes us not to take this recommendation as the whole as it is, because it doesn't need us to go and refer, because it is so explicit. It is these kind of things that we're saying that when things are coming to us, it needs to be explicit so that we should not even question where is it going, why. So for me, I'll be part of the people that says, let's accept this recommendation that this budget should be allocated to this, especially because it shows that maybe the budget has already been done, by the way, to solve this. But it's for us now to say yes, so that if we need to claim it from province or wherever, at least we know that we have said yes, because it's something that has already been happening and we've got a full report. What else can we question from here?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kamkam, was your hand up? Just
Yes.
to move before we move.
Okay, yes, that was my understanding. So I'm actually in support of what Councillor Kolwapi is saying, hence me saying previously that this was the only department that actually submitted a justification as to why condonement is needed and why adjustment is needed. So I have got no problem to accept the report with recommendations as is, personally, but yeah, we are at the mercy of the majority.
Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you. Director, are you now covered?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the administration covered? Thank you. Yes.
Then it must be clear who proposed and who seconded.
That's what it was then proposed by Councillor Nyal, if I'm correct, and then seconded by Councillor Kamkam. That is the original. Thank you very much. Item closed. Next item.
Five, sir. Engineering services. First item, item C/5/01/11/21, capital projects implementation plan between brackets CPIP, progress report for the period ending June 2021, page 1036.
Thank you. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
I propose that we go with the recommendations.
There's a proposal. Councillor Wolofir, your hand was up.
I second it.
Seconded by Councillor Wolofir. Item, we move on. Next item.
Item C/5/02/11/21, status report number 2 between brackets of the implementation of the water management devices as a water demand management and conservation intervention, page 1049.
Page 1049. Item now serving. Thank you. The Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I think if we look at the recommendations, this could cover what we discussed and concerns that were raised regarding the drip system. Because the recommendations ask for installation of the new drip, of the new water management devices to new developments, new houses, that public participation gets redone, it starts from afresh. And also that the people that are defaulting on their accounts agree with the municipality to have the meters installed. So from this recommendation, there's no blanket implementation of the water management devices for now. And if I recall correctly, they were also, we decided not to install them because of not wanting to restrict water to households during COVID times, because obviously water is one of the means to help prevent COVID in terms of washing hands. So I think this suitably covers what we were discussing earlier in the earlier item on where the water management devices are installed for the moment. And once the COVID regulations have been lifted, we can then decide on a further implementation to other households. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kabai, then Councillor Kolwapi.
Speaker, this is a wild elephant in the room. For that matter, it's public participation first. I concur with the executive mayor. And you will find out that officials ran, they were doing hide and seek. Because all these issues must go to the public first. And we must entail, why do we want to fit in these water devices? And how are we then going to implement? Then it's upon to the public to take our advice. But legislation tells us that as councillors, officials, we must go to people and do public participation if then they accept that we implement. But we cannot do anything without public participation. I think, Speaker, the recommendations here says it all, such that I go with the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a proposal by the Executive Mayor, Councillor Swartz, seconded by Councillor Kabai. Thank you. Sorry, Mayor. Councillor Kolwapi, you was up before the second.
Yeah. Fortunately, that I was a chairperson of Water and Sanitation Forum. These issues were coming and popping up all this time, that the municipality has spent so much long time ago for these water meter, whatever things, gadgets that are still at the storeroom for. I think it's more than a year they were there. It was more this whole thing of a public participation that needed to be taken up so that people can know. I love the fact that where it should start as a blueprint, it starts from the councillors' houses, from the houses of the municipality, these devices, so that we set a tone that says that we are not here to more vindicate more the people that are suffering. It should come with set a tone. But I would also love to add the fact that these water devices should not go all alone, standing alone, without compacting something that we call the awareness that goes with the indigent policy, and making sure that us on our side as the municipality, as much that we want to save water, we need also indigent policy to be very much at par with, because it will be very sad for people to go with the water devices to be limited, but on the other side, their debts and other rights are not being served as well. There's a loud outcry that our municipality lacks when it comes to the indigent policy, when it has to come to the implementation and assisting our people, Speaker. So I'm here to say, and also there are a lot of people in the houses that they came that other water meters, they were not linked to the revenue. So it's still another case that we need to look at when we start to implement this. So I would propose that there should be more awareness to our communities when we have to take this, not just the public participation. It must be linked with the awareness when it comes to, so that people, they know very much so when they start to take it devices, they must know then how to make this whole thing to be well managed. Thank you.
Thank you. Last Councillor Mhlanga, then we move on.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. I'm happy with the proposal of the Executive Mayor, because I would not have seen the effectiveness if this thing were to be installed in Kolweni, because there's an informal settlement. So if my water is cut off, I'll go get water there next door. There are taps all over. But the other thing that I want to request, Speaker, that we are taught about this device. What are its advantages and disadvantages before we even bring it back to the council and talk and deliberate on, because it's a device we don't know. I've never seen it. I see this information. There is not enough information about it. So we need to know about the device itself. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlanga. We therefore move on with the proposal from the Executive Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kabai. Thank you. Item closed. Next item.
Item C, stroke 5, stroke 03, stroke 11, stroke 21, electrical master plan for Bitou local municipality, page 1054.
Thank you. Page 1054. Item now serving. Councillor Nel.
I propose that we take note of this comprehensive investigation and the report.
Councillor Tabai.
Second.
We have a proposal from Councillor Nel, seconded by Councillor Tabai. We move on to the next item.
Item C, stroke 5, stroke 04, stroke 11, stroke 21, municipal infrastructure projects, MIG between brackets, revision of detailed project implementation plan, DPIP, page 1166.
Page 1166. Item now serving. Councillor Tabai, your hand is up.
I go with the recommendation, Speaker.
Councillor Manglaba.
Seconded, Speaker.
Seconded. Proposed by Councillor Tabai. Seconded by Councillor Manglaba. Thank you. We move on. Next item.
Item C, stroke 5, stroke 05, stroke 11, stroke 21, electrical and mechanical monthly and quarterly report from the period July to October 2021, page 1172.
Page 117. Item now serving. Councillor Nel.
I propose that we take note of the report, Speaker.
Councillor Tabai.
Seconded.
Proposed by Councillor Nel, seconded by Councillor Tabai.
Item C, stroke 5, stroke 06, stroke 11, stroke 21, water services quarterly report, first quarter July 2021 to September 2021, page 1177.
Thank you. Item now serving on page 1177. Councillor Tabai.
I go with the recommendation.
Councillor Nel.
I will second that, Speaker.
Proposed by Councillor Tabai, seconded by Councillor Nel. Thank you. Next item.
Item C, stroke 5, stroke 07, stroke 11, stroke 21, 2020, stroke 2021 annual WSDP performance and water services audit report for council approval, page 1187.
Page 1187. Item now serving. Councillor Tabai.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I adopt the water services audit report. Thank you.
Councillor Nel.
I will go with it.
Proposed by Councillor Tabai, seconded by Councillor Nel. Thank you. Next.
Item C, stroke 5, stroke 08, stroke 11, stroke 21, roads, transport and stormwater operational report for July, August and September 2021, page 1201.
Page 1201. Item now serving.
I propose that we go with the recommendation, Speaker.
Proposal by Councillor Nel. Councillor Busakwe, your hand was up.
Seconded, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Busakwe. Thank you. Next item. Item now serving, page 1216. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like some clarification on what the token identifier rollover is all about, just for some clarity.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Executive Mayor, so what, when you buy a token for prepaid meters, it's a set of 20 numbers that you punch in. But the 20 numbers look at a couple of things. It looks at the date, it looks at the key revision number in the meter, it looks at the tariff rate, the tariff token in the meter, a number of things, and all these things constitute your 20 digit number. But prepaid meters was conceptualized years ago, and over time we've realized now that at some point the meter runs out of accepting tokens. So some of the indicators becomes almost expired. So the meter, even if you buy a meter after the meter's string had expired, it won't accept the token. So now you need a token, a key, the rollover, a key that you punch in to liven up the meter again, so that it can accept tokens going forward. So this is the purpose of this, and there's a number of ways of doing it. It's stated in the report.
So there's no major cost at all to do this at all?
There's no issue. We'll deal with it before 2024.
CFO, see your hand was up.
Then why the committee needs to be involved?
Sorry, just let's just give respect to the CFO's hand was up.
Also, exactly what Mr. Rogers is trying to say is a process that all the meters in South Africa, they are end period in November 2024. We are given a period for now to process what is called of the time frame. All the tokens that will be punching on our meters, one, as Mr. Rogers alluded, won't be useful on our meters. We need to convert our meters with the identifier now, where the process starting of upgrading all our meters, not changing our meters, putting a system internally so that you can take not only us that is affected in the municipality, even the Oscom one will also be affected by that. Last week, Friday, I was able to get with the people that are utilities, the company that is getting our socket. He also stressed that that we need to start implementing as soon as possible. Because one of the things, the benefits of that process, it is assisting those that we found to be tampering with the token will be able to be identified. But the next item that will be coming to council is to say, for those that were identified, what do we do with them, whether we give them amnesty and then we go forward, or else we what we do, we say we charge them. But if we don't charge those, when we go for this process, there might be a pushback from the communities saying that we don't want to enter my house and all those things, but avoid those things. But we are learning from the previously installed municipalities already that went through. But we need to update our meter process updated, and then put it all in the so that it can take a look. Because if we don't update, we won't be able to buy electricity, we won't be able to connect, we will end up stealing to avoid that. But it's set for November 2024, but we need to restore that because everyone in the country will be pushing for that. And when we get to that level, no one will be. But there's a process that is going to start now of public participation to the communities. But we need the presentation to be done to the executive mayor and from the executive mayor to the council. So all the councillors can then get a better understanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Executive Mayor.
Thank you for the explanations. With that, I will propose that we go with the recommendation.
Proposal from the Executive Mayor that we go with the recommendations.
I second the proposal.
Seconded by Councillor Nyal.
Mayor, may I have your indulgence for a moment? Mayor, it is now nearly 1 o'clock. I think a number of our councillors have probably need a comfort break by now. It is nearly lunchtime. There is not very few items left, but there is the item that was parked, which we need to come back to. Can I propose that we take a short break for lunch, Speaker?
Me just get the mutual. Let's look at some people might still have responsibilities or attend to matters. I would just like to get a mutual feeling. Is it that we take a break for 5, or do we continue? Councillor Olivier?
Speaker, I want to suggest that we finish off with the next item and then we take a break before the next section, because we've got one more item to go through and then section 6. So then after this item, we take a break. Thank you.
Executive Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. Looking at the items, it doesn't seem as if they are long items at all. And maybe it's going to take us 15 minutes to half an hour to deal with them. I would like to propose that we maybe just push through and finish the agenda.
Yes, we will continue pushing through. Thank you. Can we continue? We did read into the record the proposal on the second on the previous item.
Final item on section 5, sir, is item C/5/10/11/21. Progress on the solar water heater project implemented by the Department of Minerals, Resources and Energy, between brackets DMRE, page 1220.
Thank you. Item serving. Councillor Mhlana.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. I see the report, but I just have a concern with this project. There are quite a number of problems that we're encountering, where there is also leaks or overflow, and when you call the contractor, you can't find them. We don't know. So even if this project is finished, we're going to be left with a problem moving forward. We're going to have a serious problem. And with the water that we want to preserve, because once that starts leaking on the roof, no one knows. The people or the households, they don't know what to do. So I just wanted to raise that.
Councillor Olivier, I think your hand was before Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my colleague has now alluded to what I want to say. The project is not completed specifically in Kranshoek, but there are a lot of challenges. Unfortunately, the information here was requested that we would get reports, they would come and present. That hasn't happened in council. That's one of the challenges that we have. So for me, it's urgent that we engage with the department and have a public participation process, because it is so that roofs are now, instead of helping, they have created a problem. And we don't know where the specifications came from and how it was done, because council had none of that information. So we really have to, as a matter of urgency, engage with the department. They need to, I don't know, maybe we can do it in our urgent meeting. They need to engage with council as well as communities. And in fact, Speaker, I am now preparing to have this kind of meeting with the beneficiaries in this week. I'm hoping to get those people into a community meeting, because we have huge challenges. Also, Speaker, the other thing that comes up for me is the amount of money. Is this money that we paid, or is it money that they pay to us? I just want clarity on that.
Councillor Kamkam.
Storage, sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered by Councillor Olivier, Councillor Basek-Tempela. There's obviously a number of challenges with this project, and it is being implemented at a very slow pace. And as a result of that, we are incur irregular expenses. I know in the previous financial year we had to condone. And if you look at now in this specific item, it says that to date the municipality has spent over 1 million rand in storage fees to accommodate this project. So I think it's about time that we weigh the benefit of this project. And like Councillor Olivier has suggested, that we look at a way to engage with the contractor and with the Department of Energy urgently. As a matter of urgency, because we can go back to the community and we can inform them on the progress, but informing them on the progress, we won't necessarily have solutions for the problems. So our first step should be to engage with the Department of Energy, as well as whoever the contractor is that are doing the Speaker. And I think it's very alarming, and Council can no longer just allow this continue, and in the meantime we are paying 66,000 rand per month on storage fees. So it is urgent that we deal with this matter once and for all.
Thank you, Councillor Kamkam. There was a matter for clarification. Sorry, Councillor Botha.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Speaker. In addition, I think what we're looking at is we want given time frames. We also want to know the scope of the work. For example, why is the connection only being made to one specific point in the house, being the basin, not the shower, or vice versa, to what the individual prefers? And then, as you said, the shoddy workmanship, for whatever reason that there is shoddy workmanship. And then also, under whose authority is the contractor being appointed? Are we aware of that? Is this from the DMRE, or is this Bitou Municipality that is appointing this contractor? I think we all require a thorough report so that we can move forward. Because obviously, as you say, we are still currently incurring these 66,000 rand per month fees. Am I correct? Yes. Thank you. So if we can please then have a detailed report and looking into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Botha. CFO?
I think Councillor Kamkam said what you are currently experiencing. The amount we are incurring the storage amount because the project is not moving at all. It's 66,000 a month. In spite of relation to that project, and we are not getting any joy when you try to speak to them now. We try to call them out in and out, all the chief directors, all the myself, cooking with Mr. Rote, we try to arrange a meeting, we are not getting any joy. And this is being reported now. I think the way to do it, we are not moving that. And that money is their project. They appointed the contractor, not us, their contractor that installing. But the municipality is what is the storage facility.
Councillor Kapai, then Mr. Wada.
Speaker, we are this sphere of government, local government, because there are spheres of government, national, provincial, and the trend that I've witnessed is that as this sphere of government, it seems as if when we are given or allocated these service delivery related issues, as if we are begging. Now, the CFO has alluded that it's not us as a municipality who appointed the contractor, it's national government, because ours as this sphere of government was to say we want to bring dignity to our people because a geyser is very expensive. Now, when there is short work like this, then it really needs a political intervention. We will also on our side, opposition benches engaging, try to find out what is really happening. I also believe also the executive will be trying to do, because we must assist the officials, because you are hearing him. They are really bending the wall, and that wall is not answering. So I think a political solution must be expedited, because really, anyway, those geysers are helping our people. So, and also it assists us in terms of electricity. But who are you going to blame if there's short work? But we must at all times insist that there must be work that is done in a manner that is going to please our communities, not like this. And also, moreover, I don't expect councillors to go to their wards and spread lies there. They must talk the truth, that we are still busy. They must show leadership, let me put it that way. Because we've got this tendency of saying, I belong to a certain party. You don't belong to a certain party in local government, or in government for that matter. You are voted by the people, so you must take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roda?
Thank you, Chair. So what we've tried to do, the department as the CFO.
Order, councillors. Let's respect.
Thank you, Chair. So as the speaker had said, looked like the department had disappeared on us from the Department of Minerals and Energy. And we have tried to get them to a MACO meeting twice to come and explain the project, because it's very frustrating, because it's out of our hands. They ran the whole project, and the idea was that they've trained people and they've identified a contractor nationally. And the idea was that for 5 years after installation, the contractor and the people they've trained from the communities will do the maintenance on these projects. So they've disappeared on us. But you will notice in the report it says that, and I've written a letter to them to say, look, come fetch your geysers, because we can't incur the cost, because the next thing, impact will be on your case for irregular expenditure. And they also refused to do that. I said, can I come and drop the geysers with you? And they also refused that. So really, they're disappointed. It's so frustrating. You don't get to speak to somebody that can make decisions in DMRE. But we continue to try and get them to come and do a presentation or give some sort of explanation on where this thing is going. Because I feel the sentiments of the communities, and it's frustrating that we sit here as a municipality and we can't get your hands in it, teeth into it and remedy the situation. Otherwise, that will incur further irregular expenditure on our part. They did say, it says in the report, that they will consider coming back to us and reimbursing us the funds that we have spent on storage in October already, but they haven't come back to us as yet.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the explanation, CFO and Mr. Roda. Can we then move? Executive Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. I think I must sit down and talk with the Director and find out how we can help influence some decisions and contact some people to get this moving and to get the work completed.
Thank you. So, can I just then get a proposal and a second that we move? Councillor Wolofir?
Are we still on this recommendation? I propose we go with the recommendation.
Proposed by Councillor Wolofir. Executive Mayor?
Sorry, Speaker, I think we need to add to the recommendation that the current standard of work is not satisfactory, and we need to ensure that the standard of work is picked up, is improved on, and that we need time frames on when this project will be completed.
Acting MM to take note.
And with those amendments, I will second it.
Seconded by Councillor Swartz, and then we move. Can we move? Sorry? Councillor Kabai did indicate that he needs to attend matters. I would just like to make sure that we follow. The Executive Mayor, you are talking?
I have no objection.
Thank you. So there was no bullying in this round, eh? Thank you. Councillor Kamkam, your hand was up. Can we then, after you move?
Sorry, Speaker, I know the item has been closed. I just need to get clarity on the part that said the community needs to be informed on the progress. Are we going to have a press release? How are we going to do that? Because very often, you know, we take these decisions and no one is clear exactly what does it mean. You know, that the community be informed on of the progress. Are we going to do a press release? Will the Bitou communication, or will we have community meetings? How are we going to do it? Or we will decide at a later stage? I'm giving it to you, Speaker. It's under your public participation.
I will raise this so that we can do the necessary. Thank you, Councillor Kamkam. Executive Mayor, then we move on.
Thank you, Speaker. I suggested that maybe our communications department put something out to the effect that we're aware that there are problems and we're trying to address it with the Department of Energy. I think that's, and we're going to have to, as councillors, then have to try and share it to our communities, because that is the only way we're going to get to communities quickly and get the information to them. I don't think it's going to help at all for any public participation in terms of meetings, because you don't normally get too many people at these meetings. So my suggestion is just a general note to say that the municipality is aware of the problems, and maybe it's something you can work together with the director just to put something out that's appropriate. That's my suggestion.
Thank you very much. We move on.
First item is item C/6/01/11/21, Economic Development and Tourism Report for the period 1 January 2021 to 31st March 2021, page 1224.
Item serving, Councillor Kamkam.
I propose that we take note of the report.
There's a proposal from Councillor Kamkam.
I will second that, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Nel.
Item C/6/02/11/21, Airport Status Quo and Way Forward, page 1246.
Page 1246, item serving. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I propose we go through recommendation. This is quite old and it's actually moved on from here. So I propose we go through recommendation.
There's a proposal from the Executive Mayor.
I'll second, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Nel. Next item.
Item C/6/03/11/21, Economic Development and Tourism Report, period 1 April to 31st of June 2021, page 1249.
Page 1249, item is now serving.
I propose that we take note of the report, Speaker.
There's a proposal from Councillor Nel, seconded by Councillor Mhlana. Next item.
Item C/6/04/11/21, Bitou Spatial Development Framework, page 1274. A link was also sent to all councillors, or all councillors could access the document via link.
Thank you. Item is on page 1278, now serving. If I'm correct. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Based on the Director's recommendation, I propose that we refer this item back for information to councillors.
There's a proposal. Councillor Kamkam.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Kamkam. Next item.
Item C stroke 6 stroke 505 stroke 11 stroke 21 Bitou zoning bylaw, page 1278.
Page 1278, item serving. Councillor Nyal.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I propose that this item be referred back and that we give an opportunity to workshop this. There's also further required public participation in this item.
There's a proposal from Councillor Nyal. Councillor Olivier.
I second that.
Seconded by Councillor Olivier. Thank you. Next item.
Sorry, sir. Item C stroke 6 stroke 06 stroke 11 stroke 21 building control section monthly report July 2021, page 1282.
Page 1282 now serving. Councillor Nyal.
Thank you, Speaker. I propose that we take note of the report.
There's a proposer. Councillor Busakwe.
Seconded, Speaker.
That's seconded by Councillor Busakwe. Thank you, councillors. Next item.
Item C stroke 6 stroke 07 stroke 11 stroke 21 land audit municipal and state land, page 1310.
Page 1310. Land audit, municipal and state land, item now serving. Councillor Ndai.
We take note of the item, Speaker.
Proposer by Councillor Ndai that we take note. Councillor Kamkam.
I propose that, I second that, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Mhlana, I see your hand was up.
Yeah, I want to raise something, Speaker, particularly on the land issue. You know, I'm coming from the informal settlement, and the municipality is busy now doing what we call decanting. In fact, it's not decanting what we are doing. We are creating a problem which is hazardous because you know that we have fires there. People that were moving people to an area that on its own causes an influx. So this thing of land audit is very important so that we can lobby the MEC, human settlement, that we can have land as Ward 3 so that we can install services and move people in where they are to that particular land. So it's a good thing that we know which pockets of lands that are owned by the municipality and the state, so that when we move forward, we look at those possible projects. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Take note, we move on. Next item.
The last item is item C stroke 6 stroke 08 stroke 11 stroke 21 economic development tourism report for the period 1 July 2021 to 30 September 2021, page 1406.
Item is now serving, page 1406. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. I propose that we take note of the report.
There's a proposer. Councillor Olivier.
I second that.
Seconded by Councillor Olivier. Thank you. We then move to the order of business of the day. Is everything all right? Sorted? We continue on point 11 on the order of business. Urgent matters submitted by the municipal manager, none received. Point 12, consideration of notices of motions, none received. Point 13, consideration of notices of question, none received. Point 14, consideration of motions of exigency, none received. And then we move on to point 15, in committee matters. Can
Mr.
we
Speaker must close, yes, the open session.
Close the session? and then all members of the public be excused for this session. We thank you for your presence here today. Thank you.